Hey, Steve, you made it first. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. You might be the only one watching today. All of a sudden, I'm feeling tired, wondering why I came on. Oh. Hey, Zizu. Hey, the one. Red Pepper, Ronnie, Carnegie's Painter, Eddie Eagle. Wow. The good guys. Hey, Narad and Marco and Gary and Pilot to the Moon. Juanis, Buongiorno. Hey, Chris. Hey, David. Giuseppe. I'm really tired. I don't know why. And let me see. What did I do? Oh, here it is. Dog lovers. Yes, sir. Oh, Red Pepper, Ronnie, you're too kind. I still remember the place of purveyance, the cake shop, coffee shop that I went to. I was on Ham's call this morning at, almost noon. It was like 11:30. And what Ham and he said he'd be willing to come on again if he's free. I assume he's with his dogs and with his family. But basically, the summary of what he said, and he'll come on to say it again, I'm sure. But there's a big buyer, apparently, a hedge fund, a $2 billion hedge fund, which isn't that big, but that's a lot to us, buying Finger Motion. So Finger stock is up. And I didn't do it because I didn't have the money. But I told you that what I would do would have been to buy the $1 calls. Probably I would have gone out to March, not February, of course, but I might have gone out to April. And I don't know, I'm going to guess at the numbers now because I don't have an ability to watch it while I'm talking to you. If you bought 10, it's not very much. 20, 25, let's say bought 25 at 20 cents, cost $500. No one wanted them. There was no premium, but I bet there's premium now. And I bet that, let's call it the Aprils, I bet they're trading at 50 cents or 60 cents a call. So if you bought 25 of those times 6, I don't know why I'm so slow with my brain. I used to have a pretty good brain, but I don't know what happened to it. Yeah, it'd be 1,500. So it's not a huge move, but you'd have maybe $1,000 profit, sell, and then you buy the $2 ones. That's what I would have done. Now, Ham, I don't know what the $2 calls are doing for March, but I doubt they have a whole hell of a lot of premium right now. So anyway, that's how I would have done it. Ham has a different strategy because he's got the cojones to do it. And he's got the discipline. What you and I lack, he's willing to accept that if he bets a little to win a bunch, he'll lose that little. But he's also, if it starts to trade up, he's not reluctant at all to take profits, to trade out. And that's the one thing, despite what I would say is a pretty consistent message from him for, I don't know, 3 years on finger to uh, uh, just hold on, hold, hold. Um, every other idea he gives, he trades out of, it seems like to me. And if we had done more of that, just take the profit, let somebody else have the big upside and do it 10 or 20 or 30 times, we'd all be better off instead of just hanging out, waiting for the big cojones. Anyway, all right, it's 10 cent ask. So he bought them at 7.5, he said. So it's, there's not a lot of premium there yet. I would tell you now that Finger's trading at $1.35, I think, I'd be more inclined to do that $2 trade than the one I was talking about. The one I was talking about, which is what I would have done if I had money, is if you know a story and it gets so worn out, buyers are tired, everyone gives up hope, and the criminals are winning. That's usually when I like to go in at the very closest to the money strike price with the least premium, because any kind of trade you can make a profit, take some cash out. And I want to, regarding in a way, regarding Finger, in a way, it's not directly related. There was a news story. I might have sent it. Actually, I might have it here so I can show it to you. Let me look. Nope. All right, maybe I sent it. Maybe I sent it somewhere else. Let me look. Here. Maybe I sent it here. If not, I can remember what it was. Basically, I saw a news story. I think it was last week, and I took a picture of it. I can't find it. Let me see if I have it in my pictures. But God, my eyesight. My eyesight. Well, at least I have eyesight. Huh? At least I have eyesight. Can't argue with that. All right. I may not have taken a picture. Well, what does that say? No. Foxy Noxy. Reasons to sell. All right, here's Warren Buffett's reasons to sell. And you'll notice it matches up to the training I got at Merrill Lynch all those years ago. One, you need the money for something else, to buy something else, or for other things. Two, you lose confidence in the management of the company. Three, you lose confidence in the business or the industry. Or four, the stock is overpriced. Those are 4 reasons to sell. No, lucky boy. Lucky boy. All right, so I do not find the story. But what I remember is that in China, Xi is putting out, he met with Ma, is that the guy's name that runs Alibaba? And he's putting out message that he wants to support Chinese business again. And I don't know if that means he's going to put money there, but it does look like he's going to stop. There was a period of time there where they were going after the big guys, because in a communist system, you don't want to stick your head up too high. That's how you get shot. But it looks like they're going to go back to encouraging it. So that's one point of context. The other point of context is Donald Trump seems like he wants to do a deal with Xi, a business deal. Let's start trading again. Why war when we can trade? So those are the two predicates for this article. This is in the Daily Reckoning, which I refer to quite a bit. I followed them for, I don't know, 20, 30 years in their various iterations. Adam Sharp wrote it, February 20. Travel back in time. Travel to 2009 and buy technology. In the aftermath of this is me to a T. This is the mistake I made. In the aftermath of the global financial crisis in 2009, this is Adam Sharp, Adam Sharp was obsessed with the risk of a double dip recession. I don't remember that being my issue, but I remember this. The outlook was bleak. The banks all seemed to be failing. Stocks had crashed. Housing was belly up. And the Fed was printing money like mad. I'd like to get a really smart economist on here and ask her to say the Fed was printing like mad. I didn't see that. It's like they're catching up. For example, he says housing was belly up. Well, most of those mortgages were created out of thin air. Money was created out of thin air by banks and intermediaries and hedge funds buying the various tranches. That money was not created by the Federal Reserve. So to say the Fed was printing money like mad, maybe it's true, but it just seems like the financial system printed the money and the Fed was just playing catch up. They were just providing the backup documentation. Of course, the flip side of creating money out of thin air is when loans default, that money evaporates, and that's deflationary. So I guess in that sense, the Fed was priming the pump. So Adam Sharp continues, and he says, so instead of gobbling up cheap technology shares, which I did not do, Adam Sharp, I was focused primarily on hoarding my meager stash of precious metals. That's what I did until I had to sell them, and preparing for an Armageddon, which never came. And that's why I bought silver back then instead of Bitcoin. So this is Adam Sharp again. The gold and silver investments worked out fine. Yes, if you hung on. And I'm extremely bullish about gold and silver going forward now. I agree with that. But let's be honest, Adam Sharp, would have been better off if I had diversified and purchased fast-growing U.S. technology companies at huge discounts. For example, in January of 2009, I was so young then. In January of 2009, Amazon shares traded as low as $2.38 a share. when you adjust for the splits, $2.38. Today, Amazon trades at $222, nearly 100x, 100 times higher. That opportunity is gone. But what if there were a similar setup to the NASDAQ in 2009 available today? 2009? Are you out of your mind? I think I've found it, but be forewarned. Some of you are going to hate it. I've been reluctant to write about it now for a while, but I simply can't contain myself any longer. So with the drum roll and furious reactions in the audience, his opportunity that he equates to the NASDAQ in 2009 is Chinese technology companies. Chinese technology companies. So he goes on to explain China's real estate disaster. Over the past few years, China's massive real estate bubble has popped. Our own Jim Rickards nailed this event, writing in July of 21 that China was a fragile giant. I don't remember reading that, but he certainly, it's been a tune he's been humming. Jim Rickards said, I guess that's 4 years ago, almost 4 years ago, China, this is a quote, China also confronts an insolvent banking system and a real estate bubble. Rickards said this 4 years ago. Up to half of China's investments, my eyesight, sorry, up to half of China's investment is a complete waste. It does produce jobs and utilize inputs like cement, steel, copper, and glass, but the finished product, whether a city, a train station, or a sports arena, is often a white elephant which will remain unused. The Chinese landscape is littered with quote unquote ghost cities that have resulted from China's wasted investment and flawed development model. That's the end of the Rickards quote. This was an incredible call by Jim. In the years following that article, the Crane Shares China Internet ETF, KWEB, crashed 80% from its all-time high. KWEB is China's equivalent to the NASDAQ 100. So this was China's version of America's 2008 bubble crash on steroids. Fast forward to today, however, and I believe this is Adam Sharp. I believe the bottom is finally in for Chinese tech firms. Now, I don't know if Adam Sharp is as sharp as Jim Rickards. I don't know if Adam Sharp is correct. But what occurred to me in a sort of a a tangential way, Finger Motion is almost a tech firm. It's a data firm. It's kind of in the manufacturing business now with these automobiles, but to the extent that they're going to make income off of data over the long term, it's a little bit in the technology space. So it's interesting just to think about. So KWEB, KWEB, KWEB is the Crane Shares China Internet ETF. I don't know who Crane Shares is. The KWEB still trades at about 66% below its all-time high. And he gives a chart of the KWEB. And you can see the K-Web chart. As you can see, China's tech sector is still far below all-time highs. If this is the beginning of a new bull market, if it's still quite early. Importantly, today, DeepSeek has changed the narrative around Chinese technology. Well, you got to be careful of that. Is that DeepSeek a misrepresentation of the facts? In other words, did they spend a ton of money developing DeepSeek, or was it really a breakthrough for just a few millions? That we'll find out over time. Whether we like it or not, China are making major progress in areas such as AI, nuclear, fusion, electric vehicles, phones, satellites, semiconductors, and even planes and cars and trucks and universities and beautiful women and smart women and I don't know about music, don't know. There are certainly problems in China, such as overcapacity and ruthless competition, which erodes profit margins. And needless to say, the communist government structure is not ideal for tech firms. Nevertheless, China's technology sector is cheap, hated, and in an uptrend. And that's typically a recipe for gains. I read that, and this isn't to say China doesn't have problems, but I read somewhere last week, or I listened to it, that American funds, money management firms, if you polled them, which they did, less than 1% are interested in owning China stock. That's what I remember. But that's really the classic blood is in the streets formula. How much lower can it go when you're down in a percent or a few percent? It can't go any lower. And the way it can go is up unless we go to war. And I would argue that Taiwan's a tricky issue. The ocean is a tricky issue, the South Pacific and all that. The Straits of Formosa are tricky. But I think Trump wants trade. I don't think he wants war. So anyway, the article, Adam Sharp continues. Chinese tech sector roars back to life. This morning, Alibaba beat earnings and jumped more than 10% in early trading. And as I write, which was yesterday, I think, it's still up 7%. Alibaba is the quote unquote Amazon of China. It's the country's largest online retailer and the largest cloud computing provider, just like Amazon. You could also call the company the quote unquote PayPal of China because of its 33% stake in Ant Group, which owns the all-encompassing Alipay payment app. Think PayPal meets Visa. Alibaba is also one of the top 3 AI companies in China, and its leading AI model, Qwen Max 2.5 is competitive with ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and Google's top models. Alibaba has soared 80% over the last year, but it has huge amounts of room to run to get back to its all-time highs. Here is a chart of Baba. Oh, Baba, I love you, Baba. So why did Alibaba shares crash anyway? The first factor was the real estate bubble popping, but there's more to the story. Back in 21 and 22, Alibaba was dominating in China a little too much. President Xi and the CCP didn't like that. Alibaba's subsidiary, Ant Group, was making big moves in the financial space, threatening to cut in on state-owned banks and other financial businesses. So the Chinese government laid the smackdown on Alibaba. And that's what I was trying to say. It in the headlines just a couple of days ago. It looks like Xi is actually reaching out to business like Alibaba again. So the Chinese government issued huge fines and canceled the IPO of the Ant Group, Alipay. This is the real risk of investing in China. The government has too much power over business matters. But I think in this case, the risk has mostly passed. Today, Alibaba and its founder, Jack Ma, have paid their fines and their dues. A meeting with President Xi this week, there you go. A meeting with President Xi this week sealed the deal. Jack Ma and Baba are suddenly back in polite society. President Xi and the government have signaled support for the private sector and are stimulating the economy with QE and cheap loans, as we did in the United States in 2009. To be clear, I do not think Alibaba will deliver 100x returns from here. It's already too large, but I think it still has a nice run ahead of it. The Alipay IPO could happen in the near future, which would be a catalyst. And he's admitting that he owns Baba, Xiaomi, and BID, the hottest China's tech firms. And he added small cap ETF, ECNS, and PGJ, China Internet ETF. He's going to hold these positions for 5 years. All right, then there's a next chapter. China deal imminent. This week, President Trump posted the following message on his Truth Social platform. Donald Trump says, I just spoke to Chairman Xi Jinping of China. The call was a very good one for both China and the United States of America. It is my expectation that we will solve many problems together, and starting immediately, we discussed balancing trade, fentanyl, TikTok, and many other subjects. President Xi and I will do everything possible to make the world more peaceful and safe. Some of you may be surprised by President Trump's friendly tone here. I am not. We need to make a trade deal with China, and soon, as we discussed last month. It's in both countries' interests. If a trade deal with China does go through, that should throw gas on the fire beneath Chinese technology stocks. Uncertainty around trade wars and tariffs has been a major factor holding back the sector. Overall, I strongly believe the global trade wars are just beginning, but we may see some progress soon on the China front. To conclude, I, Adam Sharp, believe the setup in Chinese technology today is similar to the NASDAQ in 2009. I may be wrong, no kidding, but am willing to take that chance given the potential upside. It's not very often we get a chance to buy fast-growing tech at a 66% discount. Well, that's his definition, but it makes sense. We just read through it. I think his reasoning makes sense. I'm not going to miss the opportunity this time, even if it means investing in a communist country. If some of you can't stomach that, however, I completely understand. It's not the hand I would have chosen, but it's the one we've been dealt. I believe China's tech sector is in for a lucrative bull market ahead. All right.
I gotta go. I gotta go on a call, baby.
All right.
Hey, William.
Yeah,
You live?
You can go on your call.
Okay, you ready?
You enter.
All right. So I posted 9 million times, William.
And I didn't read it once.
And you didn't read it once. I wrote KNW. We'll go to pennies and then get delisted and then reverse.
Is that the Lynn Partners? CEOs need to do business with Lynn Partners and Benchmark. Two of the greatest firms out there.
They just reversed 40 to 1. I put it up every day, straight down, wiped out, gone, see you later. Every shareholder wiped out. They start over and repeat. Now it's $2 again, and they'll start again. Repeat, rinse, just keep going. I just posted GMGI. I said, naked shorts worldwide. Go help yourself. Enjoy yourself. That's all you can short here because you know it's going down. Then I put the photo of the guy from the newspaper article about the guy in Australia bragging he's up 220%. How? Lynn put up $4 million into this company and lost every penny. How'd they make any money?
Well, Philip Vallier said that we are terribly excited to have an opportunity to invest in KNW at this stage in their business plan.
No one says anything about it. Well, we could say one thing. I said a lot about it. I told you, and they did exactly what I said. So you guys can call me all the jerk-off names you want, but I tell it the way I see it, and it's right on the nose. And the people that piss on me are the ones that are stealing and destroyed that poor company. They're working on a diabetes product. Everyone who has diabetes, Phil, what's his name, Lavalier, Jeff Easton, and his buddies, and the two women there are saying, fuck you, we don't care. We don't even care if we get it. That's how much these people don't care. Couldn't care less. Steal money, steal money, steal money.
Senator, don't piss down my back and tell me that it's raining.
Who's that, Jack?
That's the outlaw Josie Wales. It's the guy that chases whales. But the senator slaughters all of the rebels as they turn themselves in.
It's just amazing that these guys just continue to do this stuff. No one even. It's like unbelievable. It's like it's so easy to see the business model, everything they're doing is ridiculous, unbelievable. And people, this is the stock market. The SEC allows it. We're predicting it. I wish I could have naked shorted. I just don't have the access to it. Think about all the shares they sold, naked short, and they just cashed out, wiped everybody out. And they start again. If they shorted it at 50 cents, why not short it at $2 again, right? If anyone wants to go back and look at the percentage of companies that do reverse. I'll say 95% of them continue back down with the downtrend again after reverse.
90? Why do you stop there? They all go back down.
Yeah, they all do it. Yes, true. You're right.
I guess eventually you catch it like a root catches themselves.
He catches right. They actually right. They came back in. They got their business going, and it turned it. Other than that, everyone else just gets wiped out.
Yeah.
It's just remarkable. That's why I was calling you up to tell you about that. But I could talk about it.
So I wonder what Philip Vallier gets excited about time after time. Do you think it's actually because his real clients, the 4 hedge funds that Jeff Lynn talks about, they make their money shorting. That's why he's terribly excited. I don't know why any CEO, including Jeremy Frommer, would ever listen to Benchmark or do business with Jeff Easton of Lynn Partners.
It's remarkable. It's so I put up 1,000 times. I put up that here. the TV movie that produces, you make more money with a flop than a hit.
You're not.
Hold on a second, Wayne.
Okay.
I just put it up. GMGI, the next flop, going to pennies. Fuck these guys.
GMGI?
Anyway, yeah, with GMGI, they did a debt spiral there too. It's, it's hovering. It bounced off the year low at $1.70. It was $6 straight down. It's never done anything. They gave them a ton of money, and the stock just goes straight down. It's in the wipeout zone. The next drop will be down to $1, then break, and so the pattern. Anyway, William, I spoke about finger motion before on Twitter, and I was calculating the options. In every option month, the total puts is 800 puts. That's it. And all the option strikes, all the options is 800. Over 20-something thousand calls in 3 months that I see. I went through 3 months. That's it. Everything is pointing for everyone for this stock to go higher. Everything. And once these guys stop selling, or any overhang from the deal at $1.50, once it's over, it's just going to explode. It's just going to explode. I haven't added a number to the total in such a long time. So I made it easy. Instead of saying 241, every day it's going up 100, whatever it is. I just made it 250 million, and I'm stopping at that. No more, no less. That's it. So if anyone asks that question, I just rounded it up, and we'll catch up to it sooner or later. Like today, another 500,000 shares already. Let's say they naked shorted 200 out of the 500. So 200 yesterday, 150. Just adds up quick. Like I said, 50,000 a day is 250 a week. Is $1 million a month. It goes fast. So anyway, we're up to 250 on finger motion, and we talked about the dividend. I posted that again. Don't forget the dividend. You got the Roth Capital deal. I have a friend of mine as a broker. He bought 25,000 shares for a client who wanted to get into China play. He bought 25,000 shares. So as brokers, if you are a broker, this is an easy pitch. You're following the biggest players in the world. And if you don't have the money to buy Alibaba or one of these names, you find a smaller one. Finger motion is it's in every part of China. So as a China play, this is a great small cap to get involved in. So again, there's a different example, and people are figuring it out, and they're now pitching their clients on it. So you have a client that wants to get into China. Instead of buying Alibaba at $144, you can buy this stock. Alibaba goes up $10. What is that, 10%? If finger motion goes from here to $3, you're up 100%, 100-something%. So I'm just giving you a percentage. If it goes to where I think it's going to go, again, we reached out to David Tepper. We have someone. They don't tell you what they're going to say. They don't tell you that. You can only present. That's how it goes. Okay, I don't know Michael Burry. I don't know Ryan Cohen. So I reached out to all three of them. Other people are doing it also. Ryan Cohen should absolutely take a stake in finger motion. The stock would explode. He'll make more money doing that. He'll make another $1 billion here if he just stepped in here. What else? I posted about that GBUX. The short sellers, William, are fighting against the $100 million note. The $100 million investment, excuse me. Where are they going? There's people standing here just trying to accumulate. Listen, people, a sell-off from a rip to 10 is a common occurrence. If they weren't going to fold at 10, someone let them keep playing. Okay? Why not fight it down here? Accumulate it. Just buy a little bit and just sit there and wait. The time is going to come. The rumor of another 100 million coming in, if that ever comes, forget you talk about a dagger. If these guys get 100, let's see if they get another 100. That looks like they're getting it in tranches. So let's see what happens there if that's true. And the only people that would be able to play this game at that level would be Goldman Sachs. a broker of that magnitude. Now, I went to say, I'm not going to say Goldman Sachs and say Goldman Sachs, this is their deal. I can't say that. But I can say that, the rumor's been coming out of someone, towards Goldman Sachs.
A different way of saying what you just said to me is where the short's going to come up with the stock to offset the stock they sold that doesn't exist in volume. The company's not going to issue to them. They don't need the money.
Oh, no, the company just paid off a debt. So the company's using its money, clean up everything they have. They have money in the bank. You gotta be insane to sit here and play that.
I mean, even if all of us sold our shares, my big position, we're not going to solve the problem for the criminals. We can't, so anyway.
I just look at it, it's just a matter of, that's a ticking time bomb, that one. Because at any second, that one's going to go. Finger Motion's got a big load to push through. I don't know who's still shorting it here. There's still the guy short 1.3 million shares he hasn't covered yet. That idiot sold more last month. People remember the real short is 1.3 million. That guy pressed his bet over 100,000 more last month. So it went from 1.2 to 1.3. And he sold it at $1.15.
Right.
That just shows you all they were trying to do was just press the bet, trying to break the back of the stock, and it didn't break. Right. Once it doesn't break, that guy has to turn a buyer. Who's going to plug him? The only person that can sell it to him is the naked short. All right? So with that and other people buying it now, they're going to get run over here too. Just a matter of when. And my good friend of mine called me up before and told me about when David Tepper was buying China. When he first stepped in, he was the only person talking about it. He follows him because he's the only person that was putting money into China. Everyone else is running away from China. Now look where it stands. Everyone's running towards China. It exploded. David Tepper got in early. Getting in early that's the most important thing you can do. And the equity markets is get in early, except when you're being manipulated by naked short selling. Getting in late is probably better. But again, getting in early is the key. And David Tepper did, and look how he's rewarded. All right? Michael Burry jumped in 2 months ago. Ryan Cohen just jumped in now. So Ryan Cohen, all his great wisdom, just bought into Alibaba yesterday. That's his great wisdom. That's the guy with tons and tons of money. But he jumped in yesterday. All right, so if he's jumping in yesterday, if he's that bright, that means the move is going to be bigger. I don't know. I like to buy and get in early. I don't like to get in late. I like to get in. I like to get in early, not get in late. So it's a different. I'm a different player than that type of guy. If I miss it, I find something else. All right. So anything else, William? I put up on Twitter, what's the closing price on Finger? I believe it's going to be $1.50. Just looks like it's going to be a late day choice.
That's their job to get it back at least to $1.50.
Yeah, I'm just saying it just looks like it's going to be a late day surge up to $1.50. That's what it was yesterday. I could see that happening again today. It got to $1.39. Next thing they're trying to cross stock at 135, 136 again. It's traded almost 600,000 shares again. So there's plenty of activity here now all of a sudden, right?
Yeah.
So we're getting into action. William, you said the action was coming, and here it is. All right, but I called you up because the KNW did the reverse. And if anyone on your phone call has followed me on Twitter, go look at my Twitter post about KNW. I pissed on them every day. I pissed on them, and then they got kicked off the exchange. And the only thing they could do is reverse the stock. And William, when you get your stock reversed, why don't you tell us the amount, what your position is, and what you had before it was reversed?
Which one are you talking about? ZJYL?
No, it was the one that you.
Oh, the medical company. I had for I don't know 3 years. We raised a bunch of money. 3 years of work. I got 100. My compensation was 150,000 shares, which I hung on to. My associate sold his, smart guy, but I hung on to it because I believed the story. And right now, after a lot of success, expansion of their product line, international contracts, revenue, FDA approvals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I have one share worth $4.
There you go. That is the damage that these criminals provide to everyone who invests. That's their game plan.
That's after 15 years of the company raising money, issuing money, it's just, and it's a great business model for the criminals.
So there's a classic example of what we've been saying and why we want to stop it. So for the people that came on William's call and told us, oh, finger motion's going below $1, they're going to reverse it. Those are criminals saying that stuff. You never hear me come out of my voice, companies reversing. I'm not in that game. That's something I don't look forward to. I don't talk about that. That's criminal activity. When guys say it's a POS, piece of shit, when people say it's a pump and dump, those are basher words. They have the same playbook. They all say the same thing. Right? They don't have an original thought in their head. They have no idea about the equity markets. Anybody who raises money is a criminal. If the CEO sells a stock, he belongs in jail. It's the system is built for the criminals. Why would anybody who goes public have one share of stock? They should never take any equity. It only becomes wallpaper. They're never allowed to sell it. If they do it, they're a criminal. But I just wanted to touch base with you, let you know about that. And what else? So I'm only following 2 names. The market's down. And again, GBUX, you got to be in it to win it. That's all I can tell you. There's a $100 million deal on the table. The shorts are fighting against a company that has $100 million. And there's no selling in the stock. $100 million and there's no selling in the stock. All you see is manipulation by the short. And we watched the short go from, I thought it was 500,000. I got the first report. It was 1.2 million. We're up to 1.9 million now. These guys have sold 700,000 more shares, trying to hold it down. And the company has $100 million. This isn't a company that is rubbing 2 sticks together. They got $100 million. Think about that. That's what that stock is. That stock is ready to explode. The next move through 10, it's going to be a rocket. Complete rocket. It's set up perfectly.
When do you think it moves through 10?
It could be 10 minutes. I don't know.
Could it be 10 days?
It could be 10 minutes. It's ready to go. Listen, the fuse has been lit. Everything is right there. The company's put its chips on the table. It's right there. They've done everything. Everything's right there. They got the money. I mean, the most important thing, William, is the money. I was upset about finger motion when they did the deal, but now it's off the table. It's like getting your tooth pulled. It's out. Okay, now what? They have the money. They got $5 million. What do they do with the money? Are they throwing parties or are they building a business, right? They're building a business. So this company is well on its way. The people that bought the stock, if they want to sell it, sell it. We don't care. You can only sell it one time. That's legitimate. Real sell is one time. The naked short is so upside down in this name. Where are they going? How are they going to buy it back? It's 250 million shares. Forget that law enforcement's coming. I'm not even talking about the SEC with the Doge people going after the SEC. That's happening. You can see it. Trump said they're in charge of the SEC now. It's coming. They're not letting these guys get away. Johnny Tobacco knows. The guy from GTI knows. The new board of director from the ex-DJT guy. I told you I spoke with that guy, William. I told you that. So there's good people that have been buying GBUX, accumulating it. It goes when it goes. That's it. I keep
So
telling you.
Gerald is saying GBUX should issue a special dividend. I'm wondering, could they do that quickly enough?
Yes, I actually came up with a brilliant plan and passed it to my friend, and hopefully he passes it on to the company. I gave him the perfect formula to do. I actually gave them the lawyer to call up.
Is it Marbius, Dickus, and
well, I gave it to a good friend of mine. I gave it to a good friend of mine, and he will pass it on to them. He will pass it on to them immediately. The whole program. He has the filing, everything to go. It'll cost him about a nickel to get the whole thing done. All right. My friend has the whole package already filed with the SEC, completed by Morgan Lewis Bacchius. How's that one? It was designed by them, and it's a dividend that most people here never even heard of. And I won't tell you because it's got a good twist to it. A different type of dividend, but a good one. So all things are going our way. I feel comfortable, not even think about it. I'm going to go play pickleball 2:30 to 4. I got a couple of games I can get into, and I'll go get myself ready for the weekend. That's it. Anything else, William, before I disappear?
No, I think you handled it all.
I went through all the options.
I guess what I would ask you again on GBUX, do you think you would buy it here?
I am telling you, it's a screaming buy.
Screaming buy, okay.
Yes. It's like that kid's cartoon when you see the baseball go, it's a screaming line drive, and the ball goes past them screaming. Listen, there's things in the world that you see when you're trading, and this one is the before we were buying it on speculation, right? We didn't know what was going on, right? Now the company comes out not with $5 million, not $10 million, $100 million. That is, I can't stress that. You don't understand. Finger Motion had to pull teeth to get $5 million, and their business is getting to be mature. And look how hard it was to get the money. Right? That's how hard it is.
The silver minecart says GBUX sucks. Well, that's what makes a market.
Yeah, there you go. That's fantastic. Listen, so tell that gentleman, go short the stock, knock yourself out. Go ahead.
That'd be a good idea. Short it.
Go short it. Knock yourself out. Go ahead. Go short. Have some balls and go out there and short it. Listen, if you're on this phone call, okay, that tells me that people are trying to learn. So for a buffoon to come out and say that, okay, he's just a basher. He has no idea what he's talking about. And you can listen. I value your opinions, okay? But I take it with a grain of salt, because there's no way, as a professional trader, you're sitting here listening to me all day. And people that want to learn, this is a great place to learn.
Right.
And you make your own decisions. I don't need your feedback because I really don't care. But you need to go out and do your own work and go figure out what you want to do. Right. Don't come to me. Right. Don't come to William. We talk about things, but you got to do some of your homework. If you think it's a piece of shit, if you're so bright, why didn't you follow me on KNW? It went to 0. Right? If you're so bright at what you're doing here, why didn't you do that one? Right?
Well, there's a groundswell for buying GME because it's going to go to 30 next week. So, everybody can do what they want to do.
Yeah, do whatever you want. I could care less. That's you GameStop, knock yourself out. Roaring Kitty, go kill yourself. Listen, I work with professional people. Roaring Kitty is a pimple on my ass. He doesn't know what he's talking about. You want to go follow that? Knock yourself out. He makes money. Go luck. Good luck. I don't do that stuff. I follow professional people. And from what I see, there's not, people, listen, this call is for people that need help.
That's me.
And Well, listen, we all need help. We all want to know what's going on. We all want to protect ourselves, right?
Yeah.
We all want to be safe in what we're doing. And I that's what this call's about. I'm trying to knock it down to a few different opportunities so that you guys can make money with it. I'm not trying to be all over the place. Right? Well, let me tell you, go buy Alibaba, top 10, knock yourself out, go ahead. Right?
Yeah.
That's what I try to tell people all the time, these things. But you got to figure it out for yourself. If you can't figure it out, then that's why you come to these lines.
Well, I read it that somebody's trapped in GBUX, so they're trying to distract.
Oh yeah, listen, good luck. Listen, all you have to say is the company got $100 million, $100 million in investment. You tell me who gave my? I think they gave him $1 million. They gave him $2 million. It's 100. $100 million. Once again, $100 million. Just keep clicking your heels and thinking about that. $100 million. Not much more to say than that. Anyway, everyone, have a great weekend. I have to run.
Thank you. Bye.
You got it.
Giuseppe, somebody sent me this, and I can barely read it because it's so small. It's very difficult. But basically, that yellow line, I think, shows the price of gold at 3,000, and the blue lines show the cost of mining gold per ounce. If you go back, I think that says 2013, you can see when gold prices came down, they nearly touched the cost of mining. And I guess by definition, they're not going to go below it unless there's some sort of subsidy, because you're not going to produce the gold at a loss. But anyway, and then you can see gold prices went sideways for a while. Costs actually came down probably because there was less competition for workers, for machinery, for et cetera, et cetera. And also maybe some of the input prices went down, and maybe technology got better. I don't know, but the costs came down somewhat, basically went sideways, and then gold prices started going up and costs started going up. And one of the things that happens, Giuseppe, is that when gold prices are low, or any commodity, when the price is low, a company can have reserves. Like a Newmont is the one you mentioned. A Newmont could have huge reserves when gold is $1,500 an ounce. But when the price of gold falls to, I can't read that, I don't know, $800 an ounce, a lot of the marginal assets or the more expensive assets become, for lack of a better term, they become moose pasture, they become useless. And what the banks do and what the SEC requires is severe reduction in your reserve base. And if you've borrowed money, it really can lead to a series of consequences. But the reverse is true. As prices go up, reserves that are marginal or assets that barely make a noise on your balance sheet, all of a sudden they become viable, and you can have reserve revisions upward. Anyway, Giuseppe, I think the lag between higher prices in the commodity of gold and silver and the price of the miners is one of the greatest disparities that you'll see maybe in a lifetime, where you can buy into the miners and benefit as they catch up, and the catch up will be very rapid. But what you have is you have a lot of on Wall Street now, there's not that many thinkers as they invest. I'm not saying they don't exist, but mostly Wall Street pays people to bring in assets and give those assets to money managers, whether it's a mutual fund, an ETF, or a I want to say fund, but that's, give it to a BlackRock or an SAC or a Citadel. And then the firm charges something, the broker that brought it in gets something, and everyone's happy. So the 20,000 brokers that work at Merrill Lynch no longer really broker. They might as well be tellers. Oh, you've got some money. Well, let's just put it in this thing. Boom, boom. And then they go have their 2 martinis at lunch, or their spin class at the YMCA, or a boink at the Mayflower Hotel with their sales assistant. It's not that hard for them. They just put it there. Well, what that leads to, Giuseppe, is that there's a lag. These money managers have to have almost permission. They don't want to step outside of the crowd. You heard Ham talk about that guy, I forget his name, that was the only guy, Tapper or Treble, or it's all about the bass, no treble. I forget the guy's name, but he went into China almost by himself. Well, these agglomerators of assets, they don't want to take the risk of losing those assets. So they'd rather be in the bunch, in the pack. As long as they're in the top 5th or even 3rd, they'll keep the assets under management. If they step out too soon, they can't deal with the 1 or 2 quarters where assets start leaving them because they underperformed. So what you're seeing last year, nobody came into gold and silver, even though it was the most blindingly obvious trade out there. These big managers. Well, we're now into February. We're now in the middle of the first quarter. Most of those fund groups, the big pools of money, the trillions of dollars, the hundreds of billions, the hundreds of millions, they've had a chance for their performance to come in from last year. NVIDIA, Amazon, real geniuses. They bought 7 stocks. They're all genius. You couldn't do that yourself. You needed to give your money to them. Well, they've now made their rounds. They've talked to their clients. The retirement funds have re-upped. Oh, very good, broker, Slickster. We'll stay with you, and we'll continue to pay you 2%, 20% to the fund manager that you chose, and that's great. Bravo. Well, then it takes a little bit of time for, remember, the banks own most of the media, It takes a little bit of time to start changing the message in the media. And one of the biggest, I don't know what to call it. It's going to be like a cannon. It's going to be like a Kim Kardashian stripping nude on CBS Evening News, although she's probably out of favor now. You know, that baby blue, proving that men are interchangeable and useless and the future is female, sleeping with 1,000 men on 60 Minutes, or some earth-shattering media event that ricochets around the globe and 4 billion people pay attention to it. That's what if Donald Trump brings the cameras with him to Fort Knox, personally, I don't think he'll do it until he gets gold into Fort Knox. So when the cameras are running, there's gold there. And then they'll elide the question, whose gold is it? They'll ignore that question. It's there, isn't it? But if it's been leased, or if they had to lease it, or if they had to steal it from Libya, or steal it from Venezuela, or get the Canadians to give it to them in hypothecation agreements, it'll be more complicated than having the camera on the gold. But what will happen, Giuseppe? What will happen? All of a sudden, it's already happening. Everybody in the world in the West will be talking about gold and silver. I better have it in my portfolio. I tried to show you, I don't know what I think this doesn't violate any rules. If I show you this, takes a while. I don't know why it's taking a while. I've got to get Verizon.
This is absolutely crazy. Right now, there might not be any other asset in the world that's been snapped up like gold by central banks, global investors, businesses, and regular people all at the same time. And the key here is they are all going after physical gold. This could be the biggest scramble for real gold we've ever seen. And with this frenzy, global gold prices just keep climbing, hitting new record highs almost every day.
On February 11th, the COMEX gold futures price on the New York Mercantile Exchange broke through $2,960 per ounce, setting a new record high. In fact, the gold bull market has lasted for a decade. At the end of 2015, COMEX gold futures once fell below $1,100 per ounce, but then rose year after year. In 2023, prices hit new highs repeatedly, with a total increase of more than 13% for the year. In 2024, gold prices have already gained more than 27%.
He's talking about 2025.
Have risen nearly 10% this year, after briefly touching $2,968 per ounce. As spot gold and COMEX gold prices continue to hit new highs, domestic gold jewelry prices in China have also surged. Most brands now charge over 800 yuan per gram. For fixed price jewelry, which includes design and craftsmanship fees, the price per gram exceeds 1,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the base investment price during the same period was around 670 yuan per gram. As of February 15th, major brands in China were charging close to 900 yuan per gram. According to the China Securities Journal, at 10 a.m. on February 14th, a gold store in Beijing's SKP Mall saw long lines outside right after opening. One frustrated shopper said, "I can't even squeeze into the store. The wait is at least 6 hours." Many shoppers shared similar experiences. One person said, "It's so hard to buy. The gold pieces I like were all snatched up by the scalpers." Recent reports from various gold jewelry stores like Chow Tai Fook, Chow Sang Sang, Lao Feng Shang, Lao Miao, and Luk Fook revealed that around February 10th, gold jewelry sales were booming. A staff member at one store said daily sales during that period exceeded 100,000 yuan, much
All
higher
right, let's
than
stop
usual.
there.
Bracelets.
That's Giuseppe. That's what's coming here at some point. You don't think so? Not you personally, but as Americans, we don't think it can happen here, but it can. In the West, we don't invest in gold and silver. It's less than 1% of portfolios. Well, what's been going on in the media, and if Trump goes to Fort Knox, all of a sudden, these geniuses who manage our money are going to have permission to invest in gold, silver, the ETFs, and directly in the miners. They don't have that permission right now. And they want to do it as a group. But it's coming. And I don't think it's going to take much longer. In fact, I think your opportunity, my opportunity to buy silver under $40, it's almost vanished. And I don't think it'll come back for a generation. It's the single, you could argue water is mispriced. You could argue that insulin is mispriced. I would argue gasoline is completely mispriced. But life goes on. In the markets, the asset that is the wrong price is silver. And I don't think you have much longer to buy it below $40. The good thing is the boo birds, the cowards that come to scare you, and they're motivated because they shorted 10,000 shares of GBUX and they need you to get out so they can book their profit. They won't have any ability to have an effect on the price of silver once it gets going. It is true in my opinion anyway, for 20 years or longer, firms like JP Morgan and I actually think the bank that'll go down first won't be JP Morgan. I think it'll be Bank of America when silver prices soar. But we'll have to keep our eyes out for it. But Giuseppe, the point I tried to make yesterday, like with GBUX, it ran to 10. If anybody bought at 10 or at 9, I personally think as long as you didn't buy too much, I think it's a reasonable punt. It looks like there is at least one short, but maybe a handful of shorts trapped in GBUX. And they don't have the escape valve of a Jeffrey Lind or a Benchmark or a Yorkville. They don't have it. So it has to play out. And I think the only way they escape it is up. But if you buy at 9 or at 10, the problem is you can't buy as much, so you feel scared. You don't have as much reward for the risk you're taking. And then when it pulls back, your emotions are just screaming, why did I do that? I should have waited. Why it's not going to work. It ain't, which is all very normal. That's what will happen to silver. If silver goes to 60 or 80 or 90, people will start buying it. And then silver is volatile. There could be a drawdown on silver of 30, 40%. And they're going to, oh God, it's not going to work. I got to get out. I got to get out. My point is, if you're willing to get in early, if you studied it, you believe it anyway, you get in early, and I don't think it's early anymore in silver. I think it's all aboard, all aboard. Last chance, last call. But anyway, in terms of price, it's still reasonably close to that $30 range. If you're willing to get in, it gives you a sense of power when it goes to 90, because you got money, you're making money. But if you don't own it and you buy it at 90, when it pulls back, your gut's gonna go, oh my gosh, I made a mistake. I shouldn't be in it. I knew it was too good to be true. I better sell. So I think in the physical market for silver, and I'm emphasizing silver, although I know there's an argument for platinum, and I know there's an argument for gold, but I'm picking silver. It gives you power if you own some now. It'll give you power when it runs. The other thing is, I thought of something else. Oh, you're talking about the miners. Same thing with the miners. I think I would put Wheaton Precious Metals if you don't own it, or maybe Franco Nevada. I might put that ahead of Newmont, but not much ahead. You got to own Barrick and Newmont and Wheaton Precious Metals, First Majestic, Agnico, Alamis Gold. These handful you've got to own. And they're the tier one. When they catch up to what the fundamentals are saying, you're gonna feel like a king. But after those start moving, you'll see the secondary. Right now, the reason those are the place to be is that they're already in production, they're already operating, and the profits have expanded by $1,500 an ounce. It's huge. It's double. And all the fixed costs are paid for. The variable costs are covered by, in most cases, more than more than double. So these are the places to be. They will get priced close. I don't know. I don't know what, because each story is different. I don't know what number to give you, but those stocks will go. And I should probably get a list of them and tell you where I would have targets. But once they get fully valued, the secondary stocks come in. These are the stocks that might have a little bit of production, but they have the mines, they've made the investments, they're coming close to being in full production, or a combo. Some of their properties are producing and some haven't come on yet, but they have good reputations. They've raised their money. That's kind of the second tier. Then there's the third tier, and that's a lot of the newer companies who have projects. They may be funded, but they're not quite producing yet. Those will give great returns. And then there's sort of the fourth and fifth, which are more speculative. As an example, I would put most of the Trento mining portfolio down on and that's not being negative, by the way. It's just that as the money comes in from the geniuses who manage your money on Wall Street, it'll be a waterfall. It'll be the first group, second group, third group, fourth group, fifth group, sixth group. It's just how it goes. It cycles like that every time. But I would buy Newmont. I would buy Barrick. I would buy Agnico. I would buy Franco. I would buy Alamis. I would buy. I mean, these are the ones you got to start with. Steve Mertz. I'm getting depressed waiting and waiting and waiting. I had option calls twice on FNGR. Well, Steve, a couple of things on FNGR. Personally, I got smacked upside the head 2 Augusts ago. That was really painful while I went and did the interview with that movie group. So that was hard for me. The only reason I bring that up is that experience may have colored my views, but I have not been particularly pounding the table on FNGR since then. As you know, I've said, and I still say, that with the fourth quarter, which we're now in, there's a chance for FNGR to go show profitability, but it's going to be the body of that reporting that we have to read. Because if FNGR Motion goes positive on earnings and is able to show that their cash flow, their revenue, cash flow, and earnings are predictable, repeatable, and growing. They're not lumpy. They're not sporadic. They're not hit or miss. That will change the story in FNGR. Now, my first goal for FNGR would be that it goes to $2, $3, or maybe even $4, which is good. It's great. It's a great return from here. Ham has seen it differently than I do. I think Ham's experience is much better than mine in short squeezes. And I think his ability to read what they're doing is much better than mine. And he thinks FNGR Motion can run almost at a drop of a hat. They don't ring a bell. My opinion is you need to get FNGR Motion up to a price which the criminals who come on here all the time will not then want to sell additional shares, bringing it back down to $1, because there's profits. Once it's profitable and growing, their main weapon, which is to sell 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million shares that don't exist, will be gone. They won't want to do it. Now, having said all that, Steve, that's how I've been. I actually now think that FNGR is showing signs. I just read you. I think the color behind China, and it may be early, by the way, but it doesn't matter what the facts are on the ground. What matters is what these pools of money start doing. And some might be moving early. But it's starting to sound like the drought of institutional capital going to China might be changing a bit. That's risky still. That's an early call. It's a contrarian call, but it looks like that's happening. I also think because finger motion is now in its final week and a half of its 2005, we are going to see their earnings for the fourth quarter and for the year probably by April 15th. I think it's going to be good. Am I going to be right? No. Let me put it differently. I think there's above average chance that those earnings are going to be excellent. They don't have to be. It's, anything can happen. But I think that's going to be great. I also think the contract for these vehicles, it sucks that they did a deal at $1.50. It sucks that all Roth Capital did was either themselves or Roth Capital's clients had short sellers sold stock from $2.75 down to under $1.50, and then the stock that didn't exist. They cheated, they counterfeited, and then they gave that money to Roth Capital as if Roth Capital's a real big investment bank. And Roth Capital took it, crossed it, and earned a fee and warrants. And they look like they're really serious investment bank. I don't think that's the case. I think all they did was facilitate a transfer of cash that was accumulated by criminals selling stock that didn't exist, selling the stock downward from $2.70 to $1.50, and it kept going down. And Roth Capital makes a big fee. Oh, they're a great bank. They're just, to me, in this case, they're just a better image than Jeff Lind or Steve Yorkville or Seth and Kurt Smith. They're just a different presentation to me in this case. It's been 2 months. To me, there's no question that all Roth Capital did was create a document push it on Finger, because Finger had no choice, and then just take the cash as if they did any hard work, as if they made phone calls, as if they marketed this deal, as if they did a roadshow. They didn't do any of that. It was just the criminals sold stock that didn't exist and gave Finger Motion their own money, and Roth Capital got a very hefty investment banking fee. Well, all right, that's the negative. But I think the positive of that is Finger Motion got the money. They got, is very ineffective. What Donald Trump has to recognize if he wants America to compete again, Gary Gensler is a liar. Adina Friedman is incompetent. And Robert Cook is just a fat functionary. There is no price discovery. There is no capital formation. There is no capital available for small companies in the United States. None. The rules are onerous. The SEC filings are onerous. There are no investment banks. There's no research. There are no market makers. There's no trading desks. There's no retail buying. In fact, all of that is made almost illegal, or the threat of being illegal or lawsuit, so that when the criminals come in, it's as if they're shooting fish in a barrel. And that's what they do. So ironically, where Finger Motion could not ever raise capital in Gary Gensler's deepest and most honest, integrity-filled, I'm paraphrasing, capital markets in the world, he's a liar. He knows better. Finger Motion cannot avail themselves of Gary Gensler's capital markets because they don't exist. Finger Motion can't avail themselves of Adina Friedman's honeypot. It doesn't exist. Finger Motion cannot avail themselves of anything that FINRA oversees because they're corrupt. And Ann Wagner doesn't want any transparency because she's bought out by Goldman Sachs. So what happens? When Finger Motion needs money, they go to Benchmark, who are a bunch of liars, and then Benchmark refers them to Jeff Lind, and Lind Partners is a bunch of corrupt, well-connected arseholes, and they destroy the company. Well, then Finger Motion hires Wes Christian. They say, you know what, we want to buy back our note. And Lind Partners of New York City says, no way, Jose. We're not going to let you. We'll pay all the penalties. We'll pay the interest. We just want to get out of this thing. No way. And they fought it. But Wes Christian won. They bought it back. The note doesn't exist anymore. But the enormous avalanche of shares sold still exist. Then in Ann Wagner's world and Gary Gensler's world, those shares get moved over to Europe. And that chick that runs the European Union, I forget her name, that wasn't elected, that wants us to go to war with Russia, short blonde hair, I can't remember her name. They don't track it. That all gets lost. So the only way Finger Motion was able to get money, not in Gary Gensler's dreams, the only way Finger Motion was able to get money was let its body get violated, get its capital structure violated by a third, at least 40% maybe, from 270 down to 150, but then down even closer to $1 to raise $5 million. The criminals sold stock that didn't exist on a massive scale. And Roth Capital, the pimp, facilitated the rape, collected the money, and kept a bit for themselves, put the rest to Finger. A bit. They kept a lot for themselves. They did a bad deal, but it's all Finger could do. Finger has no other choice. That's Gary Gensler's markets. That's Adina Friedman's NASDAQ. There is no other choice. If Finger had not done that, we'd be talking about raising money at 50 cents right now. So Finger had to do it. That's Adina Friedman, the piece of crap that she is. So the one good thing about the deal, it was like getting shot in the leg. It's done. It happened. It's not like the slow cancer of what Jeremy Frommer put you through. Another arrogant, arrogance probably the wrong word, but another guy who thinks he's so smart that he thinks you need to have evidence. You can't listen to what people tell him. I told him. He said, can you prove that? What? Pablo Escobar is going to give you every plane and boat and caravan and truck and fast car and drone that he sent cocaine into the United States with? No, but you know. Can you prove it? Well, no, I guess I can't prove it. Who else is doing it? I mean, that's the numbnuts of Jeremy Frommer's brain. So he goes and kills his company further. But hey, some people have to learn by doing. They can't learn by thinking. So my point is, Finger Motion got hurt by that Roth Capital financing, and I personally give Roth Capital an F for that financing. I think all Roth Capital did was facilitate the criminal acts of the hedge funds who are their clients, because Roth Capital wanted the fees. That's my assessment now that it's 2 months later. Now, that's different. That getting shot in the leg is different than the slow cancer of a Jeffrey Lind financing. It's over with. What Roth Capital did was an insult to the cap table of Finger Motion. That's over with. It happened and it's finished. So that's good news. We've had to pay for it, but it's finite. We know the number of shares. We know the number of warrants. There's no toxic, variable, growing formula. So that's good. Second thing that's good about what Finger did, they took $5 million. And they essentially got $5 million. That has proved up this automobile contract, and it's expanded it, and they performed on their contract, which is exclusive. This is great news. This is great news. Whatever the insult was, the company, the body can heal from and grow because they kept the contract. If they hadn't raised the money, we would be looking at raising money now at 50 cents, or they lost the contract. So it was a blessing, a mixed blessing, but a blessing. So Steve, I'm trying to think there. I feel like I left one thing out. I am getting very positive on Finger right now. I wished I had money to buy 50 calls of the April $1 calls. I didn't have the money, but I would have last week, this week. If I had an extra $2 or $3 grand, I would have done it. I think finger motion now, finally, after a year and a half of recovery from what really hurt 2 Augusts ago, I think finger motion's on the verge of what in normal markets would be a fantastic rally from $1.10. I think it's going to go to $2, $2.50, $3. That's fantastic. But I even think now finger could go much, much higher. I think finger now, and when I say now, I'm talking about 45 days to 90 days. I think finger motion has the potential. This is not a promise. This is not saying that I'm going to be right. But I think finger motion has the potential to go from $1.50 to $6, $7, $8. I think you're now at that point where finger could do that. I know it sounds crazy, but that's a gut call. It's an instinctual call. I would rather either buy the stock or buy the in the money or close to being in the money calls. They've already moved though. So now I'm like, shoot, I wish I had the money. You could have bought those $1 calls last week and now you'd be up and you'd have a profit that bolsters you. But I would still follow that, I think. I would still, if I had money, which I don't, I would buy the stock or I'd buy the close to the money calls. But now as the stock is running, I would say that Ham's idea of buying the $2 calls might be worth a bet. That's what it is. It's a bet. Steve, I think your depressed waiting is about to end in finger. The only things it's speculative, and the only things to be negative about it is China. And even though some funds are going back to China's not, I mean, their 10-year bonds are paying 2% or something. It's not in a perfect place. Secondly, the company hasn't yet done what I keep calling for, which is have one of its divisions break out so that the revenues are growing, the cash flows are growing, and the earnings are growing. They're predictable and repeatable. And you can answer the question, what does finger motion do? Finger motion has the exclusive contract to build out the rapid response vehicular fleet across China. And they have the exclusive contract to provide data to the drones and the cars and the people for the next 20 years. Whatever, I'm making that up. But as soon as you have a clear story, projectable earnings, you got a different stock. But we're not there yet. So you got to be aware of that. I think we're getting close. And the other thing to temper my growing optimism is that finger motion needs to raise more money. Martin has said that in both interviews I gave that are out there. And I think it's obvious they'll need more money as they become a manufacturing company, a factory almost, or maybe not so much a factory, a logistical company where they have to acquire vehicles, acquire components, put them together, deliver them to the government, wait 90 days to get money. It's a different model to buying minutes at a discount, selling those minutes, and having access to your revenue right away. But let's not quibble with those negatives. I sense that finger motion finally, for me, is at a risk reward level that justifies your wait and justifies some optimism over the next months. I don't. Steve, I don't know what I think about finger motion squeezing right now. Ham thinks it could happen at any time, and I would defer to him rather than my view. But my opinion is, I think GBUX has a chance of squeezing because it is in the middle of a surprise. I don't, even though some of those guys come on here to tell me that I sniff Ham's balls or something like that. They can't do anything. They wouldn't be here if they had power. They have no power. They're powerless in the GBUX situation. It doesn't mean GBUX is going to squeeze, but the indication is there that it's a surprise, they're trapped, and the only way out is up. Finger, they've had a lot of time to engineer things, to puncture squeezes that were happening before. So I think finger motion is much more of a race of fundamental execution of the plan against what the criminals can do. But I think finger's on the verge of pulling clearly ahead. And it's possible, and that's what I'm saying. It's possible that it will come as a surprise to the criminals that finger motion does break out here shortly. And then you could have a root situation. Root came down and down and down and down and down, and then, as you see, it recovered. And that could be the case with finger. My point is, I would invest in finger. I would try to do it wisely, soberly. But I wouldn't put the pressure on finger right now of having a squeeze, let's say, over the next 90 days. I wouldn't do that. It could happen. And if my views come to pass, which is that the company goes to $2, $3, $4, $5 because of earnings, which are predictable and repeatable and projectable, unless that's redundant. Once the market can discount future earnings and come up with a value per share, and not, let's say that value is $7, and institutions come in, the criminals will be well and truly helpless at that point. And then I think you could see some very dramatic rallies, and maybe even something that would be akin to a squeeze. I mean, big moves in the price of finger motion. But Steve, I don't know what you're invested in, and you got to make your own choices. But I think Railtown, RLAIF, has a really good shot of going from 30 cents to $3 before finger motion goes from $1.15 to $15. That's what I think. I'm not saying it won't happen, but that's what I think. I think silver here in the short run will go from $35 to $90. That might be in the same time frame that finger can get back to, let's say, $8 a share. That might be the same time frame. But I think I would lean more heavily toward the breakout of silver. So if I had to rank it, I would go Railtown, silver, and there's other stocks out there. Yeah, for trading, for stocks which are trading, I think I would, that's how I would do it. I would go Railtown, silver, then maybe finger. But I left out GBUX. I think maybe I would go I think maybe I would go Railtown, GBUX, silver, then finger. And there's these others that are there, you know, the Nixies, the Next Trips, the ZJYLs, the GDCs, and frankly the CAUDs, and even Logic or HNRC. These things can have rallies too, and there's probably other stories. Apparently, GME is going to go up 10% next week. So I mean, there's things like that. I'm not gonna do it maybe with this live, but I'm gonna go through my emails, and to the extent there's several people have an interest in investing in this little gold company. I can't promise the company will take the money, and I haven't asked yet because I'm still sort of in the penalty box because I haven't brought in the commitment for the funds which will build out the pilot plant. But I think that company also gives you the chance for massive returns similar to a squeeze situation. But that stock's not trading. And I think you will have a chance in the miners and in some oil and gas companies. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity to make monies back over the next commodities cycle. I think some of the frustration I get is when people come on suggesting that you keep going back to the stories which have already been destroyed. And I would put, GTII in that category. And for the last year and a half, it's how I've treated Finger. I've just been very low key on it, but I'm starting to think Finger is worth the bet right now. Buy it at $1.50. If it runs to 3, that's 100%. It's massive. But let's say it runs to $4 or $5 and it doesn't squeeze. Well, I'll tell you what, if it were my money and I bought right now, I might sell up there, but I certainly would start selling calls against my position. Short term, I would do short-term calls, short-term. But there'll be premium then, and it'll be more frothy then. But I understand being depressed. I understand losing some. I personally think Jeremy Frommer was a disaster. I lost a ton of money because of him. I lost a ton of money in GTII. So then you'd say, well, maybe Jeremy predicted it. Well, it was much later, and that's Reichman. And then in Finger was like the 2x4 that hit me upside the head. But all of it comes to these criminals and these cowards that come on here, playing with our emotions, doing anything to distract from a game plan to make money. And anyway, Steve, I really do think you're going to have a chance to make back the money you lost. I'm hopeful in my case I'll be able to do that as well. But there's no magic bullet. It's not like you can go open the refrigerator and pull out a beer and pop the top. It takes a while. Anyway, sorry for going on so long on that. Korean Yoon, I'm glad that I bought lots of silver. Physical, yeah, good for you. Can you imagine all of the garbage claims about celestial gold and other precious metals from the moon when it happens? Oh yeah, they'll talk about that. But the phenomena of what's going to happen in the precious metals is, particularly silver, is that regardless of what you read in the headlines, there are, I only know of one, but I'm sure there's more than one. I only know one company whose primary focus is silver. There's a couple bigger ones that are like, I think First Majestic and, the bigger names. But what I'm saying is the focus in mining has been gold. The focus in mining has been copper. The focus in mining has been other industrial metals. And then silver happens to come out. Well, when silver goes to $1,000 an ounce, in my opinion, and I don't think it'll stop there, you're going to hear all sorts of stories about silver mines and like you're saying, we can get it on asteroids and all that. But it takes time. A new mine. This one I invested in that got crushed by the criminal shorts, they're everywhere. That's why I get so frustrated. They love to argue. They love to change the subject, but they keep building settlements, more settlements, more settlements. West Bank, Gaza Strip, Syria, more bases, move into, just keep building, 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 building. That's what they do with these games. They just keep incrementally moving the goalposts, moving, selling more, crushing. And it's worked so far, and it's probably going to work. I really don't think these cocky cowardly, nameless criminals are ever going to be arrested for doing anything they do. But it doesn't mean we can't make money. And it doesn't mean we can't sidestep their games. Or as soon as we go into the ring, but as soon as it's clear what they're doing, we step out for a while. Anyway, my point is, Korean Yoon, that when silver becomes unobtainable, which it will, you won't be able to buy it. There'll be stories of all these mines and other sources, but it'll take a decade for that or longer for those supplies to change the dynamic. So there's no easy way out for the problem that the financial system has caused for itself with silver. They've done the same thing with oil and gas. They've done it with other commodities, and they've done it with stocks. They've done it with bonds. They sell things, they steal, and they feel justified doing it because they think they've come up with a gimmick. God doesn't do gimmicks, by the way. But they don't figure they're ever going to be before God for this, because somehow they have a right to do this. But anyway, that's another realm, and we can't. All we can do is what we can do here. Let me just look at this. ENZC, is that Enzo? Enzo Pharmaceutical? Or that's an old symbol? I know Frommer put his own money in, but that's not as... I mean, it's not bad, obviously, but it's not as risky as you think. It is probably right now, there's quite a bit of risk in it. But as he raises money and does deals, he can award himself shares and warrants and cash. He gets paid. So it's not all bad for him. But yeah, he did put in money. You're absolutely right. I just don't see why CRTD is going to work. But anyway, I'm not against trying to make it. Enzo Lilix, COVID, AIDS, monoclonal. Yeah, biotech. This is the big thing that these guys out of New York and outside of New York push, biotechnology. It's a story, there's 1 billion people that are going to take this drug. So it's a story they can weave of massive upside. They can't prove whether or not the product works or not. So if they get everybody hoping that it's going to be great, money flows in. But the biggest thing about biotechnology is they need capital. It's like a silver mine or an oil and gas company. The story can be good, or a battery company. The story can be good, but as long as Adina Friedman neglects her markets, which she does, there is no capital formation that's legitimate. And so you have a biotech company, you merge in, oh, this is great, buzz, 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 buzz. But you need 20 million to keep the laboratory open and hire the scientists and and then there's the financials, and then there's the reporting to the FDA and getting that approval, and you need lawyers, and so you raise 20 or 25 million, guess what? You go to Jeffrey Lind, who is best friends with Jeremy Frommer, and you raise money that his 4 hedge funds sell stock that doesn't exist, give the money, but Jeremy doesn't see any evidence. Anyway, it's just an endless cycle. I'm not against revisiting it, and if there's a strategy, but I think the key thing Jeremy Frommer has to do, he has to accept that Jeff Easton is a criminal, and he won't do that. And he has to accept that Jeff Easton's clients are criminals, and he won't do that. So until he does, he might as well go get a job. I don't know what job's out there that's just endless drudgery. Go get a job as a janitor at Sunya, Albany for the rest of his life. I was so distraught when I put my 17-year-old Maltese to sleep that it took me 5.5 years to get another dog. Oh, you got 2 1-year-old Yorkies? That's exciting. Yeah, I say hi to all these dogs I see. But I miss my dog so much. I don't think I can get another dog. I don't know. He was a really good boy. And I don't know if it'd be fair to him if I got another dog. I don't know. It doesn't feel right yet. I'll say that. And without being corny, I think God brought him to me, 14, 15 years ago. I wasn't looking for a dog. And maybe God will bring me another dog at some point. I wish I had treated him better. I think of all the times I traveled, or I wasn't that bad at it, but nights I would come back late. I just feel bad about that. And when I had my house, he was happy because I always had roommates. So we always had somebody to flirt with. But he didn't have that for the last 2 or 3 years. So I feel bad about that too. But I'm glad you got Yorkies. Those are good dogs. That's what I think. I think the Lord will put another dog there. I agree with you. Oh, you just put your dog down? Oh my gosh. That's tough. But you're getting a puppy. That's nice. You're lucky. You're getting a puppy. Buy the Dick dip on GBUX, I would buy it. I don't think I'd go overboard, but here's my rationale on GBUX. The stock went from $1 to $10. It's got to pull back. Now, it wasn't guaranteed to pull back, but it's got to pull back. 25% pullback, which is what 750 is. It's not a bad pullback. It doesn't destroy the upward move. That's one. Two, the company is not going to do a deal with Jeff Easton. They're not going to do a deal with Larry Yorkville. They're not going to do a deal with Kurt and Seth Smith. They're not going to do a deal with the shorts or Roth Capital for that matter. They're not going to do it. So where are those shares which are short going to come from? It's not just our buying. I don't think our buying, I mean, we've all bought some. I have 213 shares. But I don't think it's our buying that matches off against the 1.9 million shares short. So the company's not going to provide those shares. They're not going to do a toxic deal with Jeff Lind. I don't see where the criminals are going to get out from this upside down cake. Their average cost or profit, I guess you'd call it profit, of their shorting is maybe $2. Maybe. I mean, even if you call it $3, they're down $4 or $5 here. I don't see where they're getting out of this situation in GBUX. So I wouldn't be selling GBUX, I'll tell you that. And I think it will have a chance to go through $10, go to $20 is its all-time high, roughly $20. I think it's going to test that, and it could go a lot higher. So I think and I don't have the money, but I have 200 shares basically. If I had the money right now, I'd probably buy 100 more shares right now. So I'd have 300 shares of GBUX. And then if the stock were to go to 21, 25, 30, I'd sell 100 to get my original cost out and let the rest go. That's how I would look at GBUX. I wouldn't bet the whole farm on it. It's speculative. But I think it's the best squeeze in action that we have. I mean, silver's another one, but I think GBUX is in the middle of a squeeze, and time will tell, but that's what I think. Enzolytics. Fauci tried to steal the patent. Well, that's interesting news, PT Noel. That means it must have some value if he tried to take it. So that's interesting. That's the trick with biotechs. And I know nothing about this, but if it works, the revenue is huge, and it can change a company from pennies to, it's like hitting an oil well or a gold find. It changes it from pennies to and have an ease, dog. Oh, diabetes and pancreas. Oh, good girl. Good girl. Now, somebody asked me about Nixie. Any opinion on Nixie? It's going to be, Michael, it's going to be a similar answer to GBUX. While it looks like blood is in the streets, I don't know what this news is. Like, can I look it up on Nixie? Well, they withdrew the Bitcoin-based offering, which I think was gimmicky. That doesn't bother me. I'm glad they withdrew that. It clutters up the story. All right, 4 hours ago, Nixie acquires AI-powered telecom assets and expands into a multi-billion-dollar market. They're going to have a monthly revenue rate of 5 million. And by the third quarter this year, it'll raise to 10 million a month. Is this Nixie? Yeah. What's wrong with that news? What I thought there was bad news on Nixie. That looks good news. I would buy Nixie, Michael. You might have to wait a week or two, but I would buy it while it's down. And it's similar to what I said about GBUX. If I had the money, I'd probably buy 1,000 shares of Nixie right here. I think. Somebody said, I think it was Mark said they're getting out of the just got to have it. I don't see that here. Let me just see if it says that. No, it doesn't say that. That I see. I'm not saying Mark's wrong. Nixie traded in October, I think it was, 52 million shares. It went to 12 pre-market, and then it went in when it opened and it was $8. I think Nixie, let's take the midpoint of that. I think Nixie will go to $10 at some point. And it's a trade. When it runs, I would trade out of it, let the dust settle. So I guess I'm telling you, I think you could at least get 5x. It has the potential to still squeeze. And remember, it was recruiter.com, which had massive short selling. It had all the handiwork of Jeff Lind. It wasn't Jeff Lind in this case, but guys like Jeff Lind. Now, PS71, I don't think that's uninformed. I think your prediction is reasonable. I think if they have a fourth quarter profit, you're not talking about a barn burner. The last 3 or 4 quarters, they've lost a penny, lost 3 pennies, 2 or 4. Anyway, it's always been pennies they've lost per share. If they make money in this fourth quarter, I would imagine they'll make a penny, make 2 pennies. It's not going to change the world. Even if they lose money in the fourth quarter, what's going to matter is the forward guidance. What's going to matter is what you can take out of the fourth quarter earnings that indicates the repeating revenue, the repeating contracts, and the growth. And now to say something good about Roth, I think Roth Capital will be critical there, when they come out with a research report that explains what their analyst thinks is ahead for Finger. So I don't think you're uninformed. I think you're probably right. Yeah, my opinion on Nixie, it looks like shit. It's probably a good time to buy it. Susan, the news about Finger is music to my ears. Thanks for making it. Well, I could sing. I don't know what song to sing, though. There is Delta Doc. There is, I think that's the website, free real-time quotes. I think that's it. www.freerealtimequotes.com, something like that. Just Google it, it'll pop up. It's clunky, it doesn't work that well. If you go to OTC markets, that is weird. The bid and the ask are real time. The price is delayed by 15 minutes. It's better than nothing, huh? Your brokerage firm. Oh, poor guy, my guy. Yeah, that day I had to call an Uber to take him to the doggy place, and he was good about it. The Uber didn't like it, but he was very good. He was very trusting, and I took the train up and came back. And when I got him, he was happy to see me, and we walked home. Long walk, but he made it. It was in the morning, so he always accommodated me best he could. He was a good guy. Nova Gold, I like. I'm not sure I'd put it in the secondary. Maybe. I'd put it higher. I like Nova Gold. There's a company called Novo or Nova Gold. I can't remember the exact name, but it's out of Australia. And Eric Sprott invested in it. A good friend of mine invested in it. I put money in it and ended up getting out. But the criminals destroyed that stock. What was it called? Nova Minerals, maybe. Anyways, similar name. But they made discoveries, and I think it's called the Puna Barrel or something like that. You can Google it, but it's in northwest Australia. And what they thought they found, and they have not disproved it yet. It's just that as they went along, it wasn't my words. They didn't use this word. It wasn't like a blanket sand. There was interruptions, so they couldn't make this huge calculation. I'll try to find the name of the company, but it got destroyed by the criminals. But they thought that this was the biggest gold discovery since South Africa, bigger than South Africa. And, when the earth was all one continent, these two, whatever you want, I forget the word, these two locales were connected. These two deposits would have been connected. But anyway, that was like a $4 stock on its way to the moon, and it ended up getting destroyed by the shorts. But I like Nova Gold. I don't know it by heart, but is it safer to invest in mining companies within the United States or abroad? I think it's early enough. That you can still invest in United States mining companies and Canadian, probably Mexican, but you can invest in North American mining companies and make a lot of money. But there'll come a time where you have to diversify and go international. And some of the biggest names are international. A Barrick Gold, they have exposure. But I think I would, because of where the prices are, just start with U.S. listed mining companies. Start there. There are others. I'm stretching my brain. I can't think of any that are listed in London or elsewhere. I know they're there. It's just I can't remember any of them. I'll try to give more names. I know, Steve. I need it. I need something good to happen too. Peter, you're right. It happens to the miners. I already answered that. Yeah, a lot of people have talked about MLGO, some sort of distribution. But when we asked him about it, we looked at it, and I think it was trading like 25 million shares a day or something. Oh, well, there, you just said it. 443 million shares. Float is only 10 million shares. Wow. Yeah, I missed that one. But some of the guys, you maybe, but other people here have called that one out. And they've been right on it, MLGO. 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, I think people were pointing that one out. Well, the stock's down. That's probably some profit taking. I think there could be a correction in gold and silver at any time, not to contradict what I said before, but that's the problem. When you're buying when everyone hates it, there's really only one story. After things are up, there's just so much conflicting evidence, it gets harder to stick to one side. And the only negative I see out there right now for gold and silver, everybody's talking about it. You can ask my friends. I've been talking about this for 15 years, 20 years. And, to the point sometimes when people would make fun of me. But now everybody's talking about it. Well, you need that. You need everybody interested to make the prices go up. But it's also when there can be a correction. So anyway, maybe it was technologically spastic that told us about it. It's 887. 905. I don't know if it's squeezing. That's a lot of volume. So maybe. I just don't know enough. 20 degrees heat wave. My feeling on GBUX is obviously at $7.50, it's up 10x from 75 cents. I don't think it's finished. I don't think all right, let me put it this way. If Tom Ronk's numbers are correct, if there's a large short position, and if there's a couple of guys named Joe from Boca Raton or wherever that are trapped, I don't think it's over with. I think the pullback is healthy. I think it's necessary to allow the stock to go much higher. And I think it's going to go up. But it's a risky call. I wouldn't, if you're committing new money, I wouldn't go overboard. And I'd be tempted right now, if I had money to put in, I'd probably just go put it all in at 750. But I'd be tempted, if I were advising, I'd be tempted to say put half in, put 3/4 in, save a quarter. So if it goes lower one time, you can average down. But I think Benjamin, it's such a gut call. But I think you've seen the pullback in GBUX, and next week it'll start going up. If I had money, I'd buy GBUX now. Is there a best ticker for physical silver? Well, the one that I like, and let me see if I have it here. I don't know if I do. Oh, that's Railtown. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. Okay, there. Let me hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to find you something I can show you. All right, just takes a second, Adam. This is PSLV. I think you can see it. My eyesight is not strong. Well, it's just my eyesight's different than it used to be. Yeah, that says PSLV. So I started recommending this a couple years ago, and it's not about me. It's not about patting me on the back. It's just that it shows you that my judgment has been correct so far. But it also shows you, I started telling people it was under $8. It was like $7.87 to my memory. It's now $11.33. This is the Sprott Physical Silver Trust. P is physical, S like silver, L like Larry, V like Victor, PSLV. And to me, this chart looks like, looks like whatever you want it to look like right now, actually. But I think if it gets above here, it actually looks like you could get a little bit of a pullback, doesn't it? But I think if you could get above here, I can't read it. I don't know what that says at that peak. But if it breaks out above that, silver's on its way. So my favorite way of buying silver in your account is PSLV. He charges a little bit more than the other silver ETFs. Why? Because he actually stores allocated silver. It's real silver. It's not paper. So you pay a little bit more, not a whole lot more. It was, I don't know if it is now, but for quite a while, it was trading under the NAV. It might not anymore, but that's the one I like the best. You're up over 2,000 PSLV. Great, 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 great. I think all of you, me too, as we make profits, if we make profits, or even if we don't, I just think you've got to be focused on putting your profits into physical silver. And I said it last week, I'll say it again. I think if you can afford to just do it now, just go buy 100 ounces of silver, have it delivered home, or store it. Don't tell anybody. Just 100. Costs you $3,500 for $4,000. And on 100 ounces of silver, I think you could have $100,000, and not that far out. I'm not saying tomorrow, and it might take 3-4 years, but it could be a lot more quickly than that. And that might be all that separates you from the masses. Yeah, I like that's a good one. SLVR. I didn't know the symbol. He has Sprott has several ETFs. They're all physical. But he has one that has gold, silver, and I think platinum. You can do that. He has a physical gold trust, and he has one where he marries physical silver with the miners. But he also, I think, I'm trying to remember, he has a whole list of them. He also has just one that's the miners. Eric Sprott, I've never met him. I met Rick Rule, but Eric Sprott is a billionaire. He's a great salesman. I've listened to him for years. I think he's honest. I think he cares. And I think he's designed products, which he's going to make money. I mean, there's no question. But I think he's designed the products to look out for us as his investors. I highly recommend investing in his products. How long has Finger been ready to squeeze? Well, when I first got into Finger, it went to 17. That felt like a squeeze. And then they sold it down. But that got me thinking it really was going to squeeze. That was a long time ago. That was like 3 years ago. They got it back down eventually. It took them a while, but they got it back down to around $1. And then it ran to, I don't know, $8.97 or $9 or something like that. Very similar to GTII. And then the money, I believe that these guys all know each other. They all trust each other. They're all basically New York based. They have offshore buddies, Canadian buddies, maybe Florida buddies. But I think they work with the hedge funds. They work with the lawyers. They all know each other, nod in the wink. And then they work with some of these investment banks. And so I think they snared and bribed, whether he knew it or not. He might have just gone along because it's what he needed to hear. But they brought COSM in, and they paid off a couple of guys in addition to the CEO. And Finger Motion was in the middle of a squeeze 2 Novembers ago. Fidelity Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow finger motion shares because of the warrant that was out there. And Wells Fargo took away the buy button. And so Finger, in that sort of Thanksgiving time frame, give or take, got up to around $9 on volume. But when the criminals, with all the money, our money, when they, to me, whether these guys knew it or not, whether they knowingly participated, but the criminals essentially bribed and promised and cajoled three guys, the CEO of COSM and a couple of other investor relation guys, to get our group to sell and buy COSM. And, the COSM, it was going to squeeze because they were going to change their QSIP number. They're changing their name. The CEO was never going to do a deal with the shorts. They had contracts. Can you imagine that? A piece of shit company that has contracts? You've never heard of that before. The opportunity was so amazing. This company had contracts. All they needed was funding to make the contracts go. Well, as soon as everyone rushed into that stock, the one guy told everybody at 20 cents. He probably got in earlier and he might have gotten shares. I don't know. He's not here to talk about it anymore. It ran to 88 cents or 83 cents. And as soon as it got there, the CEO did a deal at 33 cents with the shorts. There was no squeeze. The stock collapsed and it's remained collapsed. They've done reverse mergers. So all that money that the IR guy and the other guy who's no longer with us said, well, just move it over here and then you can come back, all that money disappeared. So I think Finger was squeezing, essentially 2 years ago. But that got punctured by the shorts are fighting for their lives. And I think they successfully popped the balloon. Last year, was it the year before, I really think Finger was, I don't know if it was squeezing, but boy, the momentum was something. From about February to July, month after month, that was huge buying. That price went from, I don't know, $1.40 to $7. And it felt like it might go. But then, I'm trying to remember what the trigger was. I remember when it happened because it hit me hard. It got popped again. And for the last year and a half, August, 2 Augusts ago, this August, and now through now, I don't think Finger's been ready to squeeze. So for over a year, I personally don't think Finger's been ready to squeeze. I think it's getting closer to that now. And I would say it's worth the gamble now. Am I saying it's going to squeeze tomorrow? No. But could something happen in 6 weeks? Yes. Could it take longer than that? Yes. But I think the stock's going to go from $1.50 to $3, $4, $5 anyway, or has that good chance. Do you call that a squeeze? Probably you won't call that a squeeze. But if that stock went to $6, that would be going up 4x, right? I think that's right. If it went to 750, it'd be up 5x. That's pretty powerful move. And I think, Mark, you could see that now. I haven't heard him mention MLSS lately. I don't think he thinks it's done, but he sold his to buy GBUX. And so he said he's not following it anymore. You have to make your own judgment on that. MLSS is a biotech company. It had a what do you call those needles that you put in a woman's spine when she's gonna epidurals, and the news was great, and it should be revenues, and it should be an awesome story. But PJ, every one of these companies gets destroyed by the criminals who come on here all the time with glee, with pride in their thievery, and then they like to argue to change the subject from the fact that they're just cunning, thieving, scheming, cowardly cheats. But anyway, I don't know if MLSS will recover from shorting, but the guy who recommended it to him, I met him up in Atlantic City, and I don't think he would have made the recommendation unless he was highly confident that it was going to work. And so we all want instant gratification. As soon as we buy a stock, we want it to run. We can't wait. You know, Amazon promised to deliver the diapers by tomorrow at 2, and I'm having to wait for my stock to go up. It doesn't seem right. And so you get caught up in that. I wouldn't give up on MLSS, but I know nothing about it. I think an epidural breakthrough is terrific, but I don't know anything about it. The guy that referred it to him, I don't think would be fooled by criminals like Jeff Lind. Can't wait for the fat lady to sing on Finger. Yeah, I think it can come. I mean, I think Finger is fourth quarter ends this month. Typically, it takes 45 days to report financials, so that will be April 15th. For me, that's going to be a pretty important release, earnings release. If it shows that Finger Motion has broken through, for example, in the rapid response vehicle data business, such that they started with 2 vehicles, 4 months ago, and now maybe I don't know, but maybe now they're up to 15 or 20 vehicles. And they successfully did the second bit, and then next time they've already got the rest lined up. The risk is they'll probably have to raise money to finance it, but they've got the rest lined up, but they can give a projection on revenues, what it'll mean over 10 years, how this will grow. That could change the story for Finger overnight. It's not that they have to perform, it could be, but it's not that they have to perform for 6 months, 9 months, 18 months, 24 months. What has to happen is that institutions, family offices, investment bankers, research analysts take the data and they believe that data. Right now, Antonio, what is the value of Finger Motion per share? To you, what is the value? You really don't know. I don't know. One metric that analysts or bankers use, venture capitalists use, would be a multiple of revenues. Usually the multiple on revenues is low. I would argue, let's say that Finger Motion does 35 million in revenues a year. I don't know that. I don't want to look it up, but to my memory, that's pretty close to what they've done the last couple of years. What would the market give a Chinese company that's quasi telecommunications, quasi just a reseller of minutes on that revenue? Typically, you get a higher multiple if the revenue is not lumpy, so it's repeatable. If the revenue is projectable, which could mean the same thing, but in my case, what I mean by projectable is you can, as an analyst, go out and count on that revenue for the next 3 years. And then if the revenue is growing, all of those would give you a higher multiple in this metric of revenues. So what should Finger Motion be trading for, Antonio? Do you think it should be trading a lot of companies that I've raised money for or invested in trade at 1 times revenue? Why? Because they never grow. They never grow. And they have very small profit margins. I don't think that's the number for Finger, 1 times revenue. But I don't know. Is it worth 2, 3, 4 times revenue? I think it's an open question. And then it becomes a matter of taste, because if the buyer of Finger, or if the analyst of Finger, or the venture capitalist of Finger is willing to assign growth to Finger, well, then the multiple changes. But I think over the last couple of years, which is why I've been kind of low key, I think a stock that's trading at, I don't want to look it up, but I think the market cap on Finger is roughly $75 million maybe right now. If I'm wrong, sorry, you can look it up. So it's basically trading at 2 times revenue. I think that's reasonable. I don't think that's undervalued. I don't think it's overvalued. I just think it's reasonable. On the other hand, if you're somebody that believes in the power of the Finger story, whether it's their contacts in China, whether it's their contracts with 2 large insurance companies, whether it's their access, which apparently is exclusive in many ways, to 3 China Telecom's data on telephone users in China, whether it's the trust they've built in China with the Chinese government because of their performance on the resale of minutes, whether or not it's this new contract, which is for rapid response emergency vehicles, the so-called C2 contract, whether or not it's the explosive upside of their capabilities to rent out their cloud computing, whether or not it's one or two of their ancillary products, whether it's the Netflix of Southeast Asia or their rich content messaging that they can sell to businesses. If you buy any of that or all of it, you might be willing to give a multiple on their projected growth. Well, growth has been hard to project in Finger's case because of the economic lockdown, because nothing's been particularly repeatable or projectable. I would say that 2 quarters ago, when they shifted their crappy margin revenue business from selling minutes, it went down to zero. They shifted that revenue and they were able to get that revenue replaced by text messages, equally small margin. That's like, uh-oh. They can't even count on their revenue from minutes? So anyway, I personally think there were some reasons for some investors to value finger motion at a lower number than the benchmark $5. Just being in China, maybe. But now I think, as I've said earlier, I think finger motion is on the verge of announceable changes in that story. So what could happen with the fourth quarter is that analysts, Roth Capital, or just we amongst ourselves could analyze that data and make projections forward that we can count on. And if an analyst, for example, were able to project that finger motion's revenue, I'll make it up, is going to grow to $100 million, and their earnings, it's going to be high margin, and let's just say their earnings over 12 months will be 35% of that, 35 million. So in other words, their financial inflows switch from 35 million in revenues to 35 million in earnings a year. I'm making these numbers up. All of a sudden, you might give the company, I don't know, 15, a multiple of 15 times earnings, multiple of 10 times earnings, a multiple of 20 times earnings. NVIDIA trades at 40 times earnings. And all of a sudden, the story is just completely different. It has income. It doesn't need to go to the criminal Jeff Lind or the criminal benchmarks. Doesn't need to. It could probably be financed out of Hong Kong, out of the Middle East, where there's integrity in the markets, or you get your hand chopped off, or you get stood in front of a firing squad. So I think the fat lady, I don't agree with that analogy. The fat lady's the end of the opera. I think there's going to be good news on Finger, and I think there is the potential that you'll be able to revalue it. Hell, cancel out revalue. There's a potential you'll be able to give a valuation per share to measure the price against. And if an analyst or two came out and looked forward to the value of the contracts, brought that income stream to now, discounted it to now, and told us that the stock was worth $7. I'm making that number up. I actually expect the Roth Capital report to be very modest in its projection of value. I think it'll say $1.50, $1.75, $2. Ham has a much higher belief, so we'll find out. But after the fourth quarter, and as we get into 2026, their 2026, you could start seeing a credible valuation of Finger based on their metrics. I don't know, 750, let's say. I'm making it up. Well, if that happens, and we have a concept of the per share value, which we really don't right now, and there is a large short position, which I believe there is, and once it starts trading at 750, in my example, and they can come try to sell, but the buyers step up because the value is there, then you've got a whole different dynamic going on. Then you don't have to listen to me or listen to him or listen to anybody. You can listen to the analyst at China hedge fund, billionaire trust. Thoughts on GTII, Richard in New England? What do you want? If you want to talk about GTI, let's waste our energy on it. Yesterday, it was announced. I think it was yesterday. Let me look. Let me see if I can find it. I remember where it was, but it might be gone now. Everything is about clickbait. I might have to Google it by the company. What was the company? All right, let me just Google it by the company. Okay. So Bloomberg announced, let me see if, I don't know if Bloomberg will allow me to read it to you. It might. Nope. Okay, so let me find a different source. The business journals, the street. Let's try the business journals. Well, let's try CNN. I hate CNN. Of course, it's not in the news. Okay. So Spirit Airlines has just been cleared through bankruptcy. So the company's going to operate. They're going to raise money, and it's going to continue to create revenue. But the SEC and the U.S. trustee opposed Spirit's bankruptcy plan because it released shareholders and creditors' legal claims. Anyway, I'm trying to get one sentence I can read to you. Okay, Spirit's bankruptcy plan cancels existing equity shares and hands ownership to Spirit's lenders, which include investment funds. It looks like PIMCO, UBS, and Citadel Advisors. So, Richard, GTII's in receivership. And that's different than bankruptcy. But on the other hand, it's in court. It's in the realm of lawyers duking it out with other lawyers. It's in the realm of a judge having the ability to make a decision, and the clock ticks. Just like Citadel was there with Spirit, you don't think they shorted, their clients shorted it down? There are shorts, as you may presume, in GTII. When I first heard the story of GTII, I don't remember exactly, but we'll do it in magnitude. It was something like this. There were GTII had something like 40 million shares outstanding and less than 20 million shares in the float. It had, and I think maybe significantly less than 20 million, but it had It had 50 million shares short, is what we heard, plus or minus 10 million. So maybe 40 million, maybe 60 million. 50 million shares short. Reichman bought back the note that Kurt and Seth issued. And those are not bright, those are not smart men. Cocky, yes, but they're not particularly intelligent. They didn't invent these contracts. They were given to them by somebody. And Richard Nadich, their attorney. So that was the story then. Today, I think the company has I don't know the exact numbers, but I think the company has 750 million shares authorized. It's got over, I think, 500 million shares outstanding, fully diluted, and it's got a really large float, very large float. Into that, the argument is that there's a large short position. We know the short position is large because the NSCC filed it in their documents against Alpine. But the ratio, Richard, is probably 1-to-1. Shares short versus outstanding. It could be 1-to-1 versus authorized. But my point is the dynamics aren't quite as compelling. We know that GTII has won in court in Florida. We know they bought time. We know that Alpine took over the trade, it looks like anyway, from the guys in Silver Clam, New York. And over that time, the stock went from $9. Now it's on what's called the expert market. Well, the expert market is fraud, institutionalized fraud. It's what the criminals got approved, in my judgment, so that a judge can say, okay, you're going to cross the stock. You're going to cross 100 million shares at the last bid on the executive market of 0.0001. All right, good, done. I approve it. Hey, it's on the expert market. It must be valid. It's all fraud. It's all fraud. So the dynamic is totally different now. Both in the ratio of the short versus shares, also in the surprise. Surprise is gone. Further, it looks like in the filings that Reichman may have violated some rules. That's the filings say that, not me. I don't know. And then it's in receivership now. So you, Richard, obviously want some thoughts on GTII because you bought the shares either when Lou recommended it. I don't know who you are, so I didn't ever talk to you. But if you had been somebody I had called, you might have bought it at 50 cents. But if you bought it when Lou recommended, maybe you bought it at $5. Either way, the stock trades probably, I don't know what it is, but I would guess that the bid on the stock is 0.000005. But you don't know? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. All right, it's in receivership. I would give the odds, just like with Spirit Airlines, I would give the odds, I'll be charitable, at least a third. I would go much higher than that. But I think the odds are at least 33% that the receiver wipes out shareholders. Do you hear me? I think a third is the risk that the shareholders get wiped out. Court is exactly where Kurt and Seth Smith and Richard Hurry at Alpine want this. They want it in receivership because their clients, who are the criminals who sold the stock that doesn't exist, can manipulate, get out of those shares. The judge could wipe them out, or they could cross them at de minimis, or they just let them sit. And then they get a guy who takes over the shell and negotiates with them while he cleans up the obligations of the shell over the statute of limitations so that debt and things age out. And then eventually everything just disappears. In that case, the criminals are able to take their profit with no closing transaction, no 1099, no K1, no reporting to the IRS. Many of these trades are already transferred offshore. There's no record. Ann Wagner does not require an audited trail of trades. And certainly the European Union doesn't track them. So there, I think there's a third odds that the receiver, not the receiver, but the judge, the process, just wipes out shareholders. I think there's a 2/3 chance that the whole thing just goes into a limbo so that over time the shell gets recreated, reoriented, and the criminals walk away with their profits. And then I think there's a third chance, maybe as much as 50%, that this new group, US Versity, AI US Versity, whatever the hell it is, actually is given permission by the receiver's judge. Okay, we'll do it. All right, let's zero that down. So Richard, you own shares of GTII, and you actually think it's worthwhile to ask about it. So let's go through it. Let's assume there are 750 million shares authorized. That's what's authorized. Let's say they go with that many shares, okay? So then you've got to ask yourself, how many shares get clawed back from any chicanery? Let's say 50% of these shares belong to us. So there's 50% of these shares that can be issued to US Versity so that they can control the company, right? So they're going to get 375 million shares, and we'll keep 375 million shares. Do you believe that's going to happen? If you do, you're very gullible. But let's say we split it 50-50. AI Versity gets half of the stock and we keep half of the stock. All right, now, how much is AI Versity worth? Oh, they're amazing. They've got a Bloomberg-like terminal. They're going to have media. Their CEO is on our side. They want to get the shorts caught out. Okay, they're great. Do they have money? Well, I don't know. Do they need money? Well, I don't know. If they need money, how much money do they need? Don't know. How long is it going to take for their contracts on the terminals to generate revenue? Don't know. How long is it going to take for that process to become meaningful? Don't know. During that process, is the company going to have to raise additional monies? We don't know. Okay, so there's a lot of unknowns. But still, this is an amazing company to come into GTII. And in my example, they're going to let us keep 50%, which is dreaming, by the way. All right, so then you've got this question. Does the receiver judge allow the short position to remain as a threat to the John Hurry or to the clients of Kurt and Seth Smith or to Lou Rhubarb? My guess is the judge is not going to allow those shares to remain as a threat to the system. But let's assume the judge does. All right, so then the new CEO can come to us asking us for money. He's going to have to ask for money from the whales or from us, unless he has money himself that he wants to put in for nothing, which is probably not going to be the case. He's not going to give money, pay for everything without demanding ownership. So let's assume he is trying to get the shares to squeeze. What would cause that squeeze? The stock it went to 9 and it didn't. They paid off 3 men and it collapsed. What's going to cause it to squeeze? It's going to have to go really high, probably. Or is it more likely that they will do a reverse split? They will let the criminals off by doing a reverse split. Oh, but not in the first year. Well, what difference does that matter? They just have to wait a year. They've already taken their profits here. They already have the cash. They already have the stock where they want it. All right, well, you're being negative. What's good for us? Well, all right, I gave you the example. The new guy's on our side, and he's coming in. He really wants to work with us. Why does he want to work with us? There's 700 shareholders. That's reason number one. Reason number two, whales. There's whales in GTII. He wants the capital of the whales. Okay. Now the whales are in with us. Let's assume the whales and the new CEO love us. They want to put up let's say the company needs $15 million to implement their plan over the next 2 years. I think that's low, but let's go with that. Will they put it in without asking for any equity in the company? Yes, because they love us. They're just going to put up the costs of everything without asking for ownership of the company. Yeah, no, they won't. They'll want something. So what do they raise it at? The stock is trading probably it's probably trading there right now. Bid task. I don't know. To raise that 15 million, the first recommendation is going to be to do a 1 for 200 reverse split. So the stock will, if we go with the bid, the stock will be trading for 2 cents. Now, if you want to say I'm being too cruel, let's say the stock right now is trading for 2 cents. And they do a 1 for 200 reverse split. Let's go that way. Let's be optimistic. So after they do a 1 for 200 split, the stock will be trading for $4. Now, let's say they raise 15 million. What do you think that deal will get done for? Let's assume they don't do a toxic convertible note or any of that. All right, so the 750 million shares has become 3 1,750,000 shares at $4, we assume, if the deal gets done right away. That is a market cap, which I think that's 15 million right there. It's 15 million. So they raised 15 million. Let's just say everybody doesn't need a payout. Nobody needs a discount. If they raise 15 million, they're going to get 50% of the company for that 50 million, 15 million. We, in the generous of all generosity, when AI-versity came in, AI-versity allowed us, in my example, to keep 50%, which is not going to happen. But now to raise 15 million just to kick off, again, this is unrealistic. They're going to take 50% of the company. So our 50%, we're now going to be at 25% of Newco, which is totally unrealistic. But Newco conceptually will be worth $30 million. And we'll have 25% of that. So we'll have $7.5 million once the deal is kicked off. 7.5 million. Now let's revert back to the number of shares we have today. I don't know what to use. 450 million I'm going to use. Well, do you use authorized or outstanding? I think let's just use 450 million. That's 1.5 cents a share to us, Richard. That whole machination where I'm using pie in the sky generosity. We will start out of the gate with a stock worth a penny to 2 pennies a share. And you want to GTII is a total loss. You lost everything. You did not listen to me to take tax losses. Thank God, because I suggested buying Logic, which has turned out to be a complete mental nightmare. But I think Logic will still make money. I don't think it's lost money, but anyway. I think Collective Audience still has a chance. But they've both been destroyed by the same casual criminality that's allowed by Gary Gensler, Adina Friedman, Charles Chuckwell Cheese, and Robert Cook. So you didn't get out of GTII, and now you're hoping for what? I just gave you an example whereby they let us keep 50% of the company. That's not going to happen. I also gave you an example where $15 million coming in only takes half of the company. That's not going to happen. And it comes up to $0.015 a share. Odds are very strong odds that this doesn't get through the receivership in terms of value to us, my opinion. But you want to spend time thinking on it, talking about it, massaging it. The whole thing is in a legal system. Lawyers don't think about profits. Lawyers don't think about risk reward. Lawyers think about, hey, they stole that money. They stole those shares. What is the asset? What can we claw back? We get 10% of what we recover. And if we get the receiver to acknowledge it, we can get a settlement to shareholders, and we'll keep a third of that, maybe. I don't know, the lawyer in Arizona. And the shareholders get something after debt. But they're not thinking about how are we going to make a profitable company. That's not how lawyers think. Lawyers drive to see their client, they charge the client. Lawyers fly to see their client, they charge the client. The lawyers go into the men's room, take a crap, they charge the client. Lawyers go to lunch with somebody, they charge the client. Lawyers spend the weekend at the office, they charge the client. They're not thinking about profits. You're in a lawyer hell. And GTII is not going to come out of lawyer hell with any value for shareholders, in my opinion. The guy at AIversity, he's a good guy. He wants the 700 shareholders. He wants the whales. And he doesn't know what he's doing because he wants the shell. There's better places to get a shell than this. But other shells don't come with the whale and they don't come with the shareholders. But other shells are clean. And the only way this shell is going to be clean is if the judge eliminates us and eliminates the short position and eliminates the debt. But you don't think that's going to happen here. Call me skeptical. I don't think anything happens, my opinion, I don't think anything happens before October. But you want to talk about it now. That's okay, we'll talk about it. It could get sped up, but you have the whales have to pay for auditors, legal costs to get the filings current for the shell to have any value at all. We're not paying it. You're not paying it. The court process with the receiver, I'm not talking about the receiver. I'm talking about the judge in receivership. The judge is going to follow things closely. Now, I don't know if she has the ability to end this quickly, or she has to listen to Rhubarb or to Reichman or to other lawyers, and it drags out for another year. I don't know that. But I'm going to guess it's going to take at least another 3 to 6 months, maybe 9 months, to get through that very public cleansing process of duking it out, filing after filing, delay after delay. So I think you're 6 months away. Let's say 6 months away. But you want to talk about it. Okay. What I understand is, and I watched a bit of it, and I think people are being a little bit harsh on one of the guys. Well, maybe not harsh. The feedback's been harsh on the Trento Mine guys, but I think one of the guys I think he got caught, and it's the difference between a financial guy and a lawyer. I told the guy, I saw that document, I don't know, a year ago, 9 months ago. I don't know, whenever I was in New York. And I said, you can't, I printed it out. I read it. I said, you can't use this document. Lawyer will have your lunch. You can't sign this. Oh, that's just temporary. We'll get it rewritten. It's just a placeholder, which I think is what he sincerely thought it was. But Richard went through it like a lawyer should and would, just the way a venture capital or investment banking guy or girl would. The document was crap. It should have been better. But then you get in the dilemma, are you going to spend 40 grand or 80 grand on a legal document before you get approval of the deal? I don't think so. So I think it was unfair to, situationally unfair. I'm not blaming Richard at all, because that's the document he had to go over and he's trying to help make a decision. But I can kind of understand that the Trento guy would rather put a placeholder document there than spend. I mean, he could have spent 150 grand on documents. I mean, I've put deals together before. You can spend $250,000 with lawyers putting documents together. It didn't make sense for him to do that. And I don't think it made sense for Richard to take that document literally. On the other hand, what was Richard going to base his decision on? I don't know. So that was unfortunate. That was just unfortunate all around. But having said that, I think if I had to guess, the momentum is going to be behind the UAI Versity deal versus the Trento deal. So you're going to go that direction. And I think it'll take 6 months, give or take. I think a lot more money is going to be spent by the whales getting that deal done. My guess is they're spending on lawyers right now. I bet they're spending 50 grand a month, 100 grand a month, 50 grand a month, call it. I bet they've spent $500,000 to $1 million on hard costs. Let's call it $1 million. Did they do that for free? Or are they going to want to be paid back out of the receivership? Or are they going to want equity in our company? I don't know. It's an open question. I don't think they did put that $1 million up for free. And it's my number. I'm not saying that's a correct number. We've gone through a dream scenario of how they'll split out the shares. And just in a dream scenario, it might be worth, in my dream, a penny and a half to each of, and you want to talk about it. To me, that's a write-off. It's a total write-off. But okay. So what could happen on the penny and a half? If it went 10x over a 3-year period, which would be fantastical, we could have 15 cents a share. And you want to talk about it. That's awesome. It's awesome. It's great. It's something. And you want to talk about it. My thoughts on GTII, Richard, are we're not out of receivership. And I don't personally think it's at all clear that we will ever get out of receivership with any asset. My strongest inclination is shareholders will be wiped out. But if we come out of receivership with a deal approved, I don't think we're going to own very much of the company. I would be surprised if we own 10% of the NewCo. But if we start out at 10%, I'd be surprised a year later if we own 10%. So I think we're going to be crammed down. My guess is to 5%. So 0 or 5%. That's my view. Maybe you think it'll be better. And then the NewCo is on its surface, and I have not listened to that CEO's meeting, but on the surface, I can see that it's a good idea. It's a Bloomberg-like AI type, trading type terminal, and Bloomberg got rich on that. I can see where that has a lot of upside. But the company's going to need capital. So the whales will put up money, but as a publicly traded company, they might do certain exempt offerings of a certain amount of money. And I'm not a lawyer, but at some threshold, they're going to have to offer us a deal to raise money. There'll be a public offering, or there'll be a private placement that's shown to everybody. I don't know. We're not all accredited investors, so I don't know all the mechanics of it. But I guarantee you, Richard, you will be given an opportunity, if this gets down the road, to put up new money in Bloomberg GTII. I think that's when you should be asking for thoughts on GTII. I think that's when you spend time looking at it. Until then, I just think it's a waste of energy, a waste of time. I'm extremely respectful to Richard and Big JR and JR Ewing and the receiver and the whales and all of these people doing work. But respectfully for you, Richard, in New England, you lost all your money. And there's nothing you can do. You ask me the question, but do you write a letter? Do you pick up a phone and call into the receivers, judge? No, you don't. You know it's written off. It's worthless. GTII is worthless. Let me come at it with a different perspective, Richard. If GTII were a clean shell, and it's not. If GTII were a reporting shell, and it's not. If GTII were a shell without legal problems, and it's not. And if GTII were a pink sheet shell, which it is, it's an over-the-counter QB, whatever. The CEO of AIversity could buy it for $250,000. Maybe less. It's just not worth anything. GTII has no value. It's just a shell. And I've had so many shells before in so many different ways. It's just one more. Babcock family, great point about the little gold company regarding that exposure and warrants to come. Well, The warrants in it are amazing in that deal. And if you listen to Rick Rule talk about investing in miners, the best situation to be in is if you can get warrants. And I negotiated that, frankly. All right, let's see if there's anything up here. I know I missed some questions up here, but maybe it's all about the base. No trouble. I'm missing comments, so I'm not able to go up and see the assholeian comments. So that's probably pretty good for everybody. It won't let me. I can't scroll back to them, so I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. So I can't respond to the negatives. Hi, son. Hey, barbecue with meal. Hey, Mayrod. I need to know if I'm asked to play Albert Einstein. Mr. Albert. I don't know. Is that because of my nose, because of my brains, or because of my white hair? I don't know. I'm not going to stick my tongue out. So I don't have an answer for you. When a stock is restricted, look, Korean Yoon, unfortunately, we try to understand the rules. These guys don't follow any rules. They do not follow any rules. And they have a small group, it's like a fraternity of lawyers, regulators, money, investment bankers, and these bird dogs, and then the hedge funds that sell. And they make unbelievable amounts of money. And there are no rules. So I appreciate you're trying to understand if a stock is restricted and then they can't sell. I just, it's not even worth, they don't care if it's restricted. They get an exemption. A lawyer lies for them. And then if something happens, they go into an agreement with the SEC. The SEC slaps them on the wrist. They both agree they did nothing wrong, and they go on and do it again. Don't waste your time trying to figure out the rules. Nova Gold is Nova Gold has, to my memory, 40 million ounces of silver as its potential resource to start with, and it might be much bigger. That's my memory. It's big. Nova Gold is very big. They've been working on it a while. You're right. It's Alaska. I don't remember if there's any environmental issues. I like it, but I don't know. I don't have it in my head. So, Nixie, sexy Nixie. Yeah, I think. All right. So, um, me see if this will work. There, it's working. All right, there, it's working. Okay. Let me see if I can do one quick thing. I don't know if I'm losing you. I might be. All right, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can come back to you. All right, I'm here. Let me see if I can go. It's kind of bad design. But let me show it to you anyway. It's taking forever. It's not uploading, so maybe I won't be able to do it. Yeah, maybe not. Try again. All right, there it is. So RW, I just want to show you GME. That's 5 years. The first circle is the run that started it all. The next 4 years, or I guess 3.5 years, the stock's been down, down, down. Every time it rallies, they drive it down, rallies down, rallies down, rallies down, rallies down, rallies down. Then sort of last year, it rallied again and did it twice. Roaring Kitty came out twice. They raised money and it collapsed back down. And now it's been going down. It looks like it's come up recently. And now is bouncing off the moving average. Is this the beginning of a new squeeze? Maybe. Is this the beginning finally of the squeeze that we were supposed to have 4 years ago? Maybe. But I really would question whether I mean, looking at this chart, down is more obvious than up. You could draw, this is a long-term chart, and I know you probably are looking at shorter term tickers. You could probably draw a declining wedge in some fashion and say that that's bullish. But to me, the overwhelming momentum of GME is that anytime that stock goes up, they drive it down. I rotated out, and I love it that you're getting into resources. All right, Giuseppe. Plutonium. Yeah, I think plutonium probably is a play. I've never recommended it. I do think nuclear power is a play, but I don't recommend plutonium. Look, if you guys want to play GME, um, um, I have no problem with it. I think it's very there's better places to put your money for that kind of return with less risk. But hey, you know the story. 100 million people know the story. They won't walk away from that story. So it's a reasonable play. But I think uh, I'm not going to talk about it because it's too late. Railtown, I think, is 32 cents. I think you can get 10x on that money very, very soon. Nixie at $2. I think that's either a busted trade or they have us just where they want us. And I think you could get 5 to 10 times your money on Nixie, but it's risky. It's risky. I think Nixie's probably going to go to 8, which is its previous high during trading hours. I bet it could go to 8. But yeah, you should trade GME, and it's one of the most traded stocks out there. You should trade it. I think another way you could do GME is as it rallies, sell calls, which I said when it was 85 and when it was 60 but like for example, if you own GME still, and let's say it does go to $30 next week or $35. Actually, I think if it goes to 35, it would be breaking out possibly, so it could go higher. But anyway, I would sell the short-term calls, start bringing in premium, start bringing in premium, start bringing in premium. That's what I would do. Ciao. All right. Oh my gosh. There's a new coronavirus. Oh my gosh. Hooters goes tits up. Alibaba soars on AI as US China tech valuation gap must narrow. Okay. I don't see any real news, so guess we'll leave it. With all due respect, sir, some of us bought and held GTII because of the golden ticket advertisements that were daily. Apparently, I didn't hear your advice to sell, so I held. I'm in it with a deep loss. Well, I've admitted that in retrospect, I have to hit you, not you personally, but you as an audience over the head with a message. I cannot be nuanced, but PJ, I don't know where you've been, but I've told it many times. But 2 summers ago, not directly, but through channels, I was asked if I would be the CEO of GTII, and I said yes. I mean, I think I thought about it a day or something, but I said yes, and I put a lot of thought into how I would do it, and it's different than what's happened. It doesn't matter. I mean, life goes on. But during that time, I got indications that there was some battles going on. I called it, and I called it out live. Sort of, what's the word? Palace intrigue, I think I called it. But anyway, Reichman got active, and he got bigger than his britches, and he demanded control. And I think he screwed up his own story. But I don't know. I've never met the guy. I've never talked to him. At that time, there was a law firm that was going to merge into GTII. And I started thinking it was taking too long, that it was, frankly, it was becoming, it might have just been a gimmick because it didn't look like it was going to happen. Well, it didn't. They said it wasn't going to happen. And then the Trento mine deal, I really thought was a valid transaction and would add a lot of money. But as time went on, that too became less likely. And then there were several other things they tried to do that were rejected by FINRA, by the SEC, or just didn't pan out. Well, when Lou Rhubarb came in from a derivatives hedge fund, plus all during this time, we had all the drama with Alpine and the shorts and the lawsuits and everything. I just started talking, PJ, about selling the stock for tax loss purposes, and I did it constantly. Now, I ended up choosing a stock as my favorite to move it into of Logic, and the DLQ SPAC that was sponsored by Aubrey Advisors and Chadron, and I think was a sting operation from the start. But so, that wasn't a great call on my part. But I did talk about in GTII in that fashion. I think if you held on, I don't know what you paid for it. I never used the word golden ticket, ever. ever. So I don't know where you're getting golden ticket from. But if you were like me, I know you weren't because you're a successful guy, but if you were like me and you rode GTI up to $9, $8.97, and you didn't sell it, and as it's coming down, you didn't sell it, and as it came down further, you didn't sell it, and as it came down further, you didn't sell it, well, shame on you. And I'm not saying that to pick on you. I'm saying it to pick on me. I didn't sell it. I didn't sell it because I believed what I was hearing, that there was going to be a squeeze, that there's this and that and all that. I believed in the deals. I believed all that. But it became clear that August approximately that the team, whoever was in the decision making, they started diverging, they started disagreeing, they started palace intrigue is the word I use. So I lost my confidence in GTII then, and it went down to 3, 250, 2, 175, 150, 1.25, 1, 80 cents, back to 120, down to 75, 60 cents. I called a bunch of people at 60 cents and said, hey, well, yeah, but it's supposed to, and people didn't sell. And I suggest that to you, PJ. You were a different person than you are now. It's easy to look back and condemn and I'm talking about myself. I'm not talking about you. It looks so clear now, but in the middle of it, for me anyway, I thought this was gonna this had the potential of making a lot of money, and I think in retrospect, looking at it, the criminals always had it under control, and I think they have most things under control. I do not believe there's any systems in place. I do not think there's any regulatory body that cares. And I think these guys work in cliques, fraternities, they trust each other, and they work together. And I think it was PJ, a friend of mine said, hey, we had a chance to get out at 9 or at 8 or at 7. And he's right. We all could have done that. I could have made money by getting out at 7. I don't know. I have a deep loss in GTII. I have a deep loss in CRTD. I have a deep loss in Finger. I think they've all been a disaster for me personally. I'm trying to learn the lessons from it. But, the one thing I recommended Logic and DLQ. Maybe it would have been better to recommend Finger, but Finger's down from there, or recommend something else. But it's not over with Logic. It's not over with Collective Audience. It is over with GTII. And GTII, there was a bid and an ask. There was something to do. There isn't anymore. Now you're left, I don't know, you have a deep loss. And no one seems to buy this, And that's fine. No, and it might be in your IRA. That's where I lost money. But if it's a regular account, and I don't know, let's just use a small number. You said deep loss, so I'm going to use what is small compared to deep. It's not small in everyone's case, and right now, and not my case either, but it's easy arithmetic. Let's say you're down 10 grand in GTII. You can't sell it now because there is no bid and ask. Last year at the end of the year, and the previous year, but last year at the end of the year, I argued that you could write it off because the stock can't trade. I think you could still do that this year. But you might have to wait till the end of the year. I don't know. And you need, in any event, you need to get advice on it from a professional, an accountant or a lawyer. But I think you can write off that, let's say it's 10 grand. You wait 31 days and you buy back GTII if you want to. Probably pay more because they're going to rape you in the expert market. But there are stocks, if you're hanging on to GTII, unfortunately, there's no real money by selling it right now. There was when I was talking about it. There were alternatives to GTII that had the same kind of potential short squeeze. All of them are risky. All of them are speculative. All of them are pieces of shit. All of them may or may not work out, and you know that. Where have you ever gone in your life? And people are talking about these 100x, 50x, 20x, and there's no risk. It's always risk. You knew that. I mean, it's. You're just looking back now because it hurts. I know exactly. And you can't accept the blame yourself for not. I mean, how many days did you have it? 1 day? 1 month? 2 months? A year? 2 years? If you're like me, you had it for 2 years or whatever. You had chances over and over and over and over and over again to sell or lighten up. But you didn't do it. I didn't do it. So I would, if you took a loss, let's say of 10 grand, and I don't know if you have new money, and I'm not saying you should if you don't, whatever. But I'll just use the example of GBUX. I didn't do this because I'm worn out. I'm pissed off. I'm hurt. And I'm, I think I went through a period of shock and depression with my dog, my eye, and other things. But let's just use GBUX as an example. If I had used $800 6 weeks ago, I could bought 1,000 shares and I could have sold it for a $9,000 profit. Let's call that 10,000. Let's say I bought 1,100 shares. Let's say I put $1,000 in. I could have sold my GBUX in 6 weeks for $10,000 profit. Now, if I had established my GTII loss, that profit would be first matched. My losses would be long-term versus long-term, and then short-term versus long-term, short-term versus short-term. you, and again, you have to go to an accountant. You have to sit down and read the rules, and you have to go through it, and it's on the margin, and it's not a perfect comparison. But you could say $4,000. If I had done that trade, sold, made 10 grand, if I had booked my GTII losses, I could have taken that whole $10,000 profit without a tax obligation. You're going to say, well, I'm in a deep loss, and that involves doing other trades, and that's not fair, and that's not right. I know, because it's more risk. A new trade, a new idea is somebody else's idea. Yeah, I get that. And there's a subtle shift, PJ, which I've thought about quite a bit. There's the idea that we were going to quote unquote win in GTII, but there's also the battle against the shorts going on simultaneously. And I've tried to separate myself from that battle against the shorts like Don Quixote, because I think we should be trying to make money, but it's not easy. And so you, not you personally, we, one can say, oh, well, we were promised this, we were promised that. I don't know if that's true. But it's to go from the reason that these potential short plays could work is because of the criminal activity. But when they don't work, it's to neutralize the criminal activity and say, oh, it's the fault of the guy talking about it. I don't know. You knew there's criminal activity. You knew it was ongoing, active, and powerful. And when I say you, I should just be admitting I'm talking to myself. I've thought about it all the time. You knew, I knew. Why wouldn't they try to stop the squeeze that was going on when it was $9? By getting Alpine to file a lawsuit in Florida, by getting Lou and Frank and Gus to tell us to buy COSM so we could wipe out our money there, but it would pop the bubble here. That's what they did. And we wouldn't be alert that, hey, wait a minute, they just did that. The game's changed. I mean, I look back on that, and Lou was telling people to sell GTII, buy COSM, because he couldn't talk to the CEO of GTII. Well, in retrospect, now that we found out what the CEO is about, we think, because of the court filings, Lou had a point. But my opinion, Lou got fooled by the CEO of COSM. But behind it all were the machinations of the shorts. Money for Lou, probably, but a lot of money for COSM going through an investment bank that bailed out. Took our, there was a lot of money and emotion going here. We gave money to COSM. They gave that guy the money. They all made money, but it popped the bubble on the GTII squeeze. And I think back on it. Why didn't I, Lou started saying sell to go to that. I should have just sold. Well, I still believed that at that time, I still believed the system needed to buy back those shares. I mean, that was the premise. I no longer believe that. I think that this group of men who trust each other above all things, they don't rat on each other, make sure that the shares are never bought in. I think that's true in GME. I think it's true in AMC. I think it's true in GTII. And I think it's true in many stories. MULN, MMAT, MMTLP. They make sure the shares are never bought in. And I understand being stubborn and believing that the systems are in place and that they should be bought in, and wait, what's the rule? And then blaming, I don't know, other people when right in front of my eyes, the criminals are powerful. They've done this before. Most of us, this is our first time. Everything I learned when I was on my desk no longer applies. Those systems are not there anymore. So I look back and I say to myself, damn, why didn't I just sell when Lou was saying sell? Because you knew people were going to listen to him. But I didn't. But he was, he told everybody. It's not like he did it in secret. He was upfront about it. So I screwed up. Now, am I going to blame the guy that told me this was a golden ticket? I don't know. I get a little annoyed that yeah, I mean, when I'm weak, I can start thinking all those different ways. But ultimately, it was my decision not to sell. And we each have that agency. We each have the ability to buy and the ability to sell. The information is there. Lou's information was there, which I'm sure you were aware of. Twitter was there. And very disappointing for it to go down to 3 and then 2, then 1.5, then 1, then 80, then 50. But I was talking all that time about taking tax losses. And there were several stocks to buy that had upside. I happened to choose the one that the guys running it, they work so hard, but they always sell out to the smiling faces of Aubrey advisors and Shadron and the lawyers. It's a nightmare. The CEOs do not know where to turn. And they believe the liars. So, yeah, it's a painful loss. I mean, the one that killed me even more, well, it's a lot of money, but it was probably slightly less. But in its mechanics, I called up and I said, this deal with GTII and CRTD, it doesn't feel like it's going to happen. Oh, no. I just talked to the whales. I just talked to Frommer. I just talked to whoever at GTII. It's happening. It's going. It'll be announced at 1:30 today or whatever the news was. And I get mad at myself then because every instinct in my body was telling me the stock wasn't acting like the deal was going through. But I listened and I didn't sell. I was going to sell as soon as it was announced, whatever way it went. But then that afternoon, Jeremy was going to, his stock was going to be acquired for $3, and Jeremy was going to get to be the CEO of the whole company. But for some reason, Jeremy backed out. What I heard is he asked for $5 instead of $3, killing the deal. And that stock opened from $1.50 roughly. It opened at 35 or 40 cents. There's one guy I respect. He just dumped his stock immediately. But I was in a little bit of a shock. And I thought, oh, it's going to bounce. It didn't bounce. It went to 20 cents. It went to 11 cents. And then it went to 6 cents. And then Jeremy did a 1 for 500 reverse split. That was murderous. That all went, that was a wipeout. But that, you know, when you look at it with time, you wonder, because they're such close friends, you wonder if Jeremy may have been in on the destruction of both stocks because there's money that can go back and around. I don't know. I don't want to say that, and I'm not saying it. But I think an intelligent person would be stupid not to wonder if those guys up there don't all work together and it's not a setup, because they're in this little fraternity with each other, and they're criminal, but the rest of us just come in for the slaughter, and we don't know everything, we don't recognize everything, and yeah, so that was pretty bad. The one that's out there, PJ, is Finger. I think Finger still has a chance to make up for the losses in the other situations. In my case, no. But in many people listening, finger motion can make up for the losses, which is all more important reason to take the write-off. But the final thing I'll say, with all due respect, is listening to hope and listening to arguments that GTII is somehow going to rescue us from the loss that occurred, I don't think it's being honest to ourselves. I think it is like a battered woman believing her boyfriend, or it's like a young boy whose mother withholds affection and concern, believing every tiny little indication of parental gifts. I just think it's lying to ourselves. So with all due respect, I get the pain of the loss because I experienced it myself. I get the confusion of listening to a story that made a lot of sense and not listening to my own instincts about how a stock was trading down, and not saying, you know what, son of a bitch, I can't afford this to go down further. I get that because I experienced it. But I think the final unfairness, the final gullibility would be for me to tell you that I think GTII is going to make your money back. I don't. It's not going to make my money back. I think the criminals won. They stole everything. They have it right where they want it, and they're gleeful. They're gleeful. But they've moved on to other stocks. You know, that money, that profit's been booked, and they're no longer concerned. That's my opinion. Alpine's not going to have to buy back in. They're in the expert market. Even if the lawyers for all sides have to do something, it'll be done at 0.0000000001 because that's the expert market. The whole thing stinks. The whole thing is rigged, and they got us. And I'm not going to insult you by telling you that you're going to make your money back in GTII. You're not. It's not going to happen. Even over 3 years, even over 5 years, you're not going to make your money back in GTII. It's just not going to happen. That's my opinion. Now, you might, if you put up additional money into the Bloomberg GTI, I'm saying Bloomberg because that's the monitor, Bloomberg GTI Newco. But that's just like putting money into GBUX or putting money into Railtown or putting money into Nixie or putting money into silver. The bottom line's the same. GTII crapped out. The criminals won. They're still winning. And the more they buy time and the more it's in the court, right now it's just a dance. This guy, who I hear is a good guy, by the way, this CEO, I forget his name. He wants the show. He wants you, and he wants the whales, and he wants the show. Okay. It's not a bad, on his part, that's not bad. It has a lot of upside. But unless you think his company is going to be worth $1 trillion or half $1 trillion or $250 billion in a year, I just don't see how you're going to get magnificent returns on GTII. Now, it's possible if, I will admit that if he comes in, and I understand he has a good heart and he does want to do something that it benefits all shareholders. That's how I would have done it if I'd been CEO. So I've got to believe there's somebody else out there that would. You know, maybe they can get it to 10 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents. I don't know. But you and I'm just talking to myself, not to you. I'm asking a lot. If I expect GTII to make my money back and give me a big profit without having to put new money in. And I think you're going to have to put new money in, which means why not put it somewhere else? Or not. Why not put the money in the best opportunity that presents itself? And PJ, I originally had hoped for myself and for everybody here to have a win in Finger, have a win in GTII, have a win with Frommer, who I thought was an honest guy, but now I don't know. And take that money and tell you to buy silver. Gold, but silver. Well, now I think we're running out of time. I don't think you have any time to wait for stories and receivers and competing bids and Zoom calls to make your money in GTII in time to buy silver. I'm not talking about somehow making your account whole. I'm talking about protecting your very existence. I think it's so important that you buy silver, gold, platinum, just to maintain your independence, your ability to live after whatever happens. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen tomorrow. That could take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. What I am saying is silver will no longer be $35 an ounce. Never come back to that, in my opinion. And I think you have to act. Now, for me, I can just sit here and think, oh my gosh, I lost that, I lost that, I lost that. Or I can try to do something else. And I'm trying to do other things. It's not easy. It's not easy. But I'm trying to do other things. But if you bought 10 ounces of silver, it might make a difference in your life 3 years from now. But 6 months from now, let me use 100 ounces. 100 ounces today, it's going to cost you $3,400, $3,500. Let's call it $4,000. $4,000. 100 ounces today is going to cost you $4,000. And in a few years, it could be worth a lot of money. It could be worth a lot of money. But more importantly than money, it is money. It could be worth, rather than dollars, it could be worth 100 ounces, could buy you a home. Could pay for your kids' education through graduate school. I don't know. We'll see what happens then. All I am saying, right now you can buy 100 ounces for $4,000. I feel with every fiber of my being that very soon that 100 ounces is going to cost you 10 grand. And then then you might not be able to afford 100 ounces. You might only be able to afford 40 ounces. And it doesn't have the same impact down the road. Plus, if you buy it at $100 an ounce and it pulls back, you might be inclined to sell it because I knew it. That was a stupid idea. But if you buy it now and it rallies and it pulls back, you're going to feel strong. You're going to believe that it can keep going. But anyway, that's why I talk about other things. I can't see how to help you make your money back in GTII. Why? Because I can't see how I can make my money back in GTII. GTII is dead as a doornail. GTII is I don't think it's going to survive receivership. But if it does, how much of it's going to belong to us? I think a big cram down's coming. But if a cram down doesn't come, how long is it going to take for the company to become NVIDIA or to become Amazon? That's the only way we're going to make our huge returns. There's nothing there. I don't know if I can be any clearer. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But if you're hoping that a handful of attorneys and a receiver judge are going to come up with a plan to take GTII stock higher, dun, 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 higher, you can move and groove and dun. I just think you're not being truthful with yourself. Lawyers aren't there. They don't take risks. Lawyers can't even perceive anything. Lawyers do not process ideas unless it's something in the law book. Lawyers do not process speculation. If you talk to an attorney about, look, if you move this silver mine into GTII and I went to this mutual fund and I get, the lawyer's going to say that's speculation. That doesn't make any sense. Let's just look at what the document says. So if you're a guy like the Trento guy that shows up with a document and he says that's just a placeholder, that's not written in stone. That's just an idea that checks that box in the whole process, but we're open to having that rewritten. He didn't say it, but he should have said it. I don't want to spend $100,000 or more getting a correct document done, but I have to give you something. But the lawyer's not going to take that because a lawyer cannot speculate. The lawyer cannot deal in ideas and if this, that, and we can create that value. All the lawyer can say is, well, let's read this document. This is what you gave me, because that's how lawyers are trained. Only what's black and white, only what's entered into evidence. And you, not you, me, if I'm hoping that a handful of attorneys and a judge are going to come up with a scheme to make GTII get my money back, I'm going to get laid in the 90s or in my 90s. I like silver. Yeah, silver's good. How do we know that a bunch of people got into GBUX below $1 aren't cashing out now as they encourage buyers to jump in? Could be. I don't think so, but I bet there's people taking profits, middle ground. I didn't buy GBUX at $1. I bought it at $8 and $8.25 or $8.30. Anyway, I bet my average is around $8.25. That's what I paid. I think there are people that got in at $1 and it sold at $10. They should have. They should have. But my contention to you, middle ground, is if it's our group, I don't think we can sell enough to rescue the shorts. Let me see if I can find the number that was given to me. Let me just see if I can do that. Okay. I think you've seen this, but I'll show it to you. In case you haven't. Okay, it'll take us. Oh well, you got too many. Your mama's got too many. Fire. Dun, 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 dun. You can be. All right, let me try again. All right. Okay, so middle ground, let me take your comment off so we can see this. All right. So this is the short volume report that was sent to me for GBUX. Now, this is just one page of it. It goes on. There it says total includes data back to September of 2018. This obviously is not every day back to 2018. But this is the short volume a week ago of GBUX. Now, I heard Ham say today it's 1.9 million shares, right? But here, what I've seen in black and white, and this is something a lawyer would accept as evidence if the lawyer accepted the person who put this together as a professional. This is black and white. So what this says is as of December, there was a short position of almost 1.7 million shares of stock. And it gives the squeeze price of $1.98. Now, is this data valid? Is it a fraud? Is it made up? Is it a lie? I don't think so. Could it be not 100% accurate because maybe some of the shares were bought back in somehow? Maybe. But I think it's probably a pretty accurate number. Now, since December, according to him, this is up to 1.9 million shares short. Anyway, let me take that down. I don't think, middle ground, that we are any big percentage of that short position. So your argument is, in December, by the way, the stock was 70. It didn't say it on there, but the stock was 70 cents. So your argument is that those 1.6 million shares that were short, as the stock has gone up, they are covering their short by shorting more shares to us at $8 or $9. That doesn't make any sense. So that's not right. The only other thing is, all right, people that are buying the stock are selling it to us, and that's getting rid of the short position somehow. And I don't see that in the dynamic either. I think very clearly, if I had bought stock at $1, I'd be selling half of it at $10 or a third of it. You should do that. You should do that. But I don't think that helps out the shorts. It doesn't help them cover the 1.6 million shares. It doesn't get them untrapped. The fact that speculators, which is what you are or I am in that stock, bought it at $1, I didn't, and then sold it at $10, that doesn't change the problem that the shorts have. In fact, it probably makes it worse. There's two ways it makes it worse. One is they brought in $2. The stock's now $8 or $7.50. So they're behind the 8 ball. Second way it does is as the stock goes up, what's much more likely, middle ground, is that other shorts are coming in, shorting the stock. 10,000 here, 100,000 there, 2 grand there, trying to make a quick hit and run. They don't have any money. They're not market makers, but they have the trust of this group of guys, and they call in and they say, all right, I'm going to sell 10,000 shares at $9. Well, do you have the stock? Yeah, yes. Okay, good. Boom, done. That guy takes commission. They put $9 grand in the account. He calls up his buddy over at Lafayette Park, and that guy sells some. I'm going to sell some at 8. I'm going to sell some at 750. Then they come on here and panic you and say, what if people bought the stock at $1 and they're selling it at $9 and they're just pump and dumping it? I better get out. So they're trying to get us to get out. So they can book, let's say they sold 10,000 at 9 and they get it down to 750. They can book 15 grand profit for nothing. They sold stock they don't own. They collude with a bunch of guys they trust. They come on here, panic you out. They cover. They made 15 grand for nothing. For nothing. All they had to do was break the rules, lie a little bit, come on here and gloat, make fun of me, and they make 15 grand. It's a nice job. They do it in every stock that goes up. Every stock that goes up. And to that extent, I think some of that happened from the $10 down to 7. But that doesn't help the original shorts. It doesn't help the original shorts. And that's why I think GBUX is in the middle of a squeeze. Is there some gimmick that the criminals have to stop the squeeze? Yeah, they could come, they could bring Lou and Frank and Gus again and get us all into GME. But I think we're a little bit immune to that plea now. I don't think there's as many of us. I don't think there's as much money joshing around. You know, they could bring a drum major in with dyed hair and a British accent and 3 first names. And, you know, 2 years ago we would have listened, but would we listen now? I don't think so. But anyway, they could try that. What else could they do? The stock's not on NASDAQ, so I don't think they can trade options to protect their position. The company has announced they're bringing in $100 million. So they're not going to Jeff Lind. So there's no counterfeiting of shares sorry, not counterfeiting. There's no toxic conversion of shares that's just going to give endless supply from the company. I don't see where the short can cover their ass in GBUX. And I don't see why the stock's going to go back down to their number. I just don't see it. Am I pissed off that I paid $8.25 for 200 shares? Sure. Approximate. I think it was 214 shares. I don't know. I don't know the exact cost basis. Maybe it was 230. But I just don't see the stock going back down to $2. It might. I mean, anything's possible, middle ground. But I mean, if you take the 100 million, there's about 100 million shares outstanding or authorized. I don't think they're all outstanding. The float is really small, 1 million shares. But if you take all the authorized shares, that's $1 a share worth of cash. So could the stock come all the way back down to $1 a share of cash? I mean, GME has $7 a share of cash, and no one seems to think that that stock should trade at $7. I don't know. To get it to come down would require a lot of short selling. It would require the people putting in the 100 million to sell their shares below what they bought their shares for. I cannot, middle ground, come up with any scenario where this is a pump and dump, or there's a scheme to strip us. I think what's going on is there's opportunistic, cowardly, colluding, naked short sellers who abuse the system by breaking securities laws, but it's all a group of guys, the lawyers, the hedge funds, the investment banks, the regulate, they're all trust each other. And they don't rat on each other. And they pay off probably each other pretty well. And, you know, when the stock goes to 10, I'm sure they sold 20, 30, 40, 50,000 shares at 10. And they want to cover it at 7.5 or at 8. If they sold 50,000 shares at 10, I'm making it up, covered it at 8, they made 100 grand. Just for coming on here, telling you that I forget what it was, that I inhale or I lick Ham's balls. If it gets you to sell, why wouldn't you do it? Because they want to book that profit. But are they going to get it to go lower? I don't know. I guess middle ground, that's the thing. Could this new group of short sellers drive it down? I guess there's a risk of that. They've done it in every other stock. It's my argument with you that if GME goes up, you should sell calls or take your profits quickly, sell the rip, buy the dip, and do it over and over again. So maybe they'll do it here. I don't know. It's nothing is certain. I can't go back to that question. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm not in Finger now. I'd like to be in it. My main stock closed the doors last week. I lost 40 grand. ALPP, a drone and battery company that could not lose. Look, I believe, Frank, that the stories are real. Every single team have a visionary CEO, young people mostly working with them. They have good business ideas, and then they run into these criminals. And the criminals, if it's 100 companies, it's 1,000 companies. How can it be that every single business plan is a bad business plan? They're not. They're good business plans. It's just that there's no capital formation. The only thing is that these criminals hook the girl on heroin and have her out there hooking, and they don't let her make any money. They take all the money. This is as evil as anything can be. And they come on here and make fun of me. But anyway, yeah, I'm sorry you lost that money. I'm sorry. Ham said the floor on GBUX is $8, and there's whales accumulating at 8. And today it closed at 7.54. I know. John, I don't know if your point is that his $8 didn't hold, or that 7.50 is close enough. I asked him that. I said, why aren't they there at 8? I think the answer is, John, that regardless of what people say, when the price changes, they change. So they may have told them, we'll stand in there at 8, but they did for a while. When it broke down, they're probably in at 7.50 now, or $7. It also could be they're not in there at all, and they told him they are. Don't know. I don't think that's the most compelling argument that Ham's whales are buying at 8. I mean, it's a good argument. But I think to me, John, the real thing is this stock, which I didn't buy it at 80 cents or $1 because I thought it was going to take well into the year for anything good to happen. I think the shorts have suddenly gotten trapped. Now, here's the risk. Can the shorts lie to their broker dealers long enough that they can drive the stock back down below their margin requirement? Or can the shorts find money to pay for their margin requirement? Or can they get the company to issue shares to them? I don't think any of that's going to happen. The company's not going to issue shares so the shorts can go through Roth Capital's back door and cover their position. That's not going to happen, at least not now or at these prices. The second thing is can they buy time? I would argue they already have bought time. And I suppose if they have big accounts, they could attach them. But they're not trading like they can buy time. They're not trading like they can buy time. Why do I say that? Because they're shorting it down. They're not letting it, like today, they didn't want it higher over the weekend. But then you bring in the other shorts. So, you're reading tea leaves. What was my third scenario? Would they bring in money? Maybe. But it's not a winning bet. Now, Ham's assuming that it's a small, underfunded short guy, and he's down now $10 million. And eventually he's going to walk away and the firm's going to buy that in. Well, we have learned that the firms don't always buy in. We have learned that there's other gimmicks and tricks out there, which is why I wouldn't buy a whole lot here. But I have to say, Ham sounds very convinced that these guys are trapped. I personally don't think they're going to bring in $10 million. And it's not 10 million. It's probably more like 15 million, even 20 million, because the margin requirement, the maintenance requirement, is going to be bigger than $7.50. It's going to be $10. It might even be $15 a share because of the risk right now. And they do have this aspect where if they keep doing it, they eventually win. So their secret is never give in, keep selling, keep stalling, keep colluding, keep lying, keep hiring shills to come on here and attack. And eventually they make it back. It happened in MULN, it happened in MMAT, CRTD, GTII, FNGR, MMTLP, Torchlight, MMAT, just over and over and over again. If they just don't lose their nerve, they make it back. But this time, right now, if this were a month from now, 2 months from now, I wouldn't be as intrigued. But this time it's in the middle of it. It's a surprise, I think. They are losing money, and the company is not coming to the capital markets, at least not coming to Jeffrey Lind. So I do believe the shorts are trapped, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Pump and dump. You're a scammer. You don't know me, Matthew Barton. And you got a great looking kid there. GBUX overvalued, losing 250,000 a quarter, revenue of 225K, and a 750 million market cap. What a pump and dump. Well, you are using the terms if you read it's, I'm trying to remember, Basher's Handbook. You're using all those terms. I would submit to you that you are hired by the shorts, or you're personally sold stock in GBUX you don't own. Have you heard me argue that GBUX is a good company? I haven't said that at all. And in terms of pump and dump, I mean, you haven't been listening. I bought 214 shares at about $8.30, probably $8.25 average price. I bought 99 shares at $8, and I bought 114 shares at like 8.35, 8.39, whatever that averages out to. So I don't know how I could be pumping and dumping, Matthew. I really don't. And I hope you get $7.50 every time I say your name. I'll say Matthew Barton, Matthew Barton, Matthew Barton, Matthew Barton, Matthew Barton. That's 5 times. Hopefully that'll buy some food for your cute kid. But I think GBUX is extremely risky. I think the fact that they have hired a guy like you and this other guy to come on indicates that the people that are naked, the stock, are pulling out all the stops to get the stock down. And historically, you guys have always won. You've always gotten the stock down, in my experience. But there's at least, it feels like 1 or 2 stocks that break out to the upside every month. Will it be GBUX? I have no idea. I am not saying this is safe. I am not saying it will go up. I'm not pumping it. I think there's risk at $8. Obviously, it's up 10x from where it was. Obviously, there's risk. But what I do think is your friends are trapped. And now you guys see an opportunity to sell a stock down. You might be right. But you could have come on and back when GME was way up and said the same negatives. You could have said the same negatives against AMC when it was up, HKD, and I don't disagree. It's not my argument at all that GBUX is a good investment. I think it's a speculative play that there's going to be shares bought in, and it's very simple. I don't think it's because your friends at the regulatory agencies have a conscience. I don't think it's your lawyers that work on your behalf are suddenly going to have a conscience. I don't think it's because you are going to buy back your positions. I think it's because the original 1.6 million shares sold, and the broker dealers are losing money. And as long as you are bringing, by selling it down to 750, you've taken some of that pressure off from $10 to 750. You have not removed the pressure from 750 all the way down to $2 or 250, let's call it. So there's $5 of losing money that you haven't done anything about. That's completely different than talking about the fundamentals of GBUX. You're just changing the subject from the fact that your friends who shorted this stock at $1, trying to do the same thing that you're doing right now at $8, which is to sell stock they don't own, do it through a corrupt market maker, do it through a nod and a wink broker dealer, prime broker, do it with lawyers you've purchased that have purchased the regulators, and then try to move everything offshore and have a banker that will come in and destroy the company to let you out, and you're backed probably by a hedge fund that's splitting the profit with you and has your back. That's why you can smile and have your baby on your picture. Okay. It's worked all the other times, and it might work this time. I admit that. It might work this time. But what I see right here is that in GBUX, and I just saw it, by the way. I just saw it last week. I didn't believe it for the last I heard this story 6-7 weeks ago. I didn't believe it then, but I just saw it now, and I paid 8.25. I'm losing money. But what I see is a trap short or two trap shorts. And I see guys like you coming on here as an indication that I'm correct. Because I'm not a pump and dumper. I'm not a scammer. I actually think you are. Okay, so yes, I think GBUX looks like it's topping out. That's probably right. Let me look at a chart. Can't find a chart on it. Oh, I know where I can go. It's not giving me. Anyway, middle ground. It doesn't matter how GBUX makes money. What they announced, my computer's too slow here. What they announced is well, I'll read it to you. I mean, you're so lazy you can't read it yourself, but I'll read it to you. Unbelievable. I'll read it to you because you can't interpret it. It's amazing. How we intend to beat China. Can't even read a news story. All right, so 3 days ago, GBUX signed a letter of intent for $100 million capital infusion for acquisitions to develop international payment platform and expand operations. I think that's all fluff and, press release. But they've signed a letter of intent with Intelligent Investment Holdings of Abu Dhabi for $100 million in capital. It's for acquisitions, strata, et cetera, et cetera. It's all, it's all blah, 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 blah. And then it describes more of what it do. Global footprint. I thought somewhere here it said it's definitive, but I might be confusing it with one of the other stories. They talk about their market size, what they're going after. Oh, all right. The LOI is subject to successful due diligence by both parties. So there's that. I've heard, and I'm not saying it that I can verify, that it's a definitive 100 million. But it says there that it has due diligence. So there's risk, I suppose, that it could fall through. There's risk. They paid off 100,000 in convertible debt, which probably is how the shorts got involved anywhere. Let's see what that says. GBUX eliminates 100,000 in convertible debt. Newport Beach, California. Convertible notes are retired. Well, I would say that they have, they're going to buy Torgan America wellness products. I would say that convertible note they retired is why there's a short position in the stock. I don't have time to look it up, but that's probably not the best news in the world that they had a convertible note outstanding. Let's see if I can find it quickly. If the fact that it's retired won't stop the counterfeiting of shares. Nevada company. Yeah, I don't have, it's going to take a while to find that original, and it's stalling, it's frozen. So that original convertible note, I'm going to have to find. My guess is it was a toxic convertible note, which explains why there's 1.6 million shares sold short. So this strategy of bringing in companies, retiring the debt, a letter of intent of 100 million, listening to him, it's Goldman Sachs. I have no idea if that's true. They're obviously fighting whoever the convertible short is. That brings in an element of risk that I wasn't told about, because I think my opinion is they can multiply that convertible note over and over and over again, because they have lawyers who are liars that join in with them, lawyers whose fealty is to the group and to making money more than it is to their oath. So it's frozen. I'll have to look after we're done, but that could be that. that could be how they're selling shares. But my guess is that since they're bringing in 100 million, apparently, since maybe Goldman Sachs is involved, maybe, but it seems like this Abu Dhabi group is serious. They would be smart enough, since they just retired the $100,000 of convertible debt. I'm sure they'll be aggressive in going after letting Wall Street know that they did that. I'm not glad to. I didn't know about the convertible debt. I think that is an Achilles heel to the story. We don't know middle ground. Middle ground. It sounds like GBUX isn't the stock for you. I wouldn't. If I were you, I wouldn't do it. You don't believe in it. No, I didn't. You know, just because you make things up and lie doesn't mean I said that. I didn't say that. I can't give financial advice. So you can, by the way, I'm tolerating this because yesterday I said something to you I probably shouldn't have, but don't take that as that you're going to have a right to be a bully for much longer. Would you suggest buying silver from any exchange? I think the best place to buy silver, I think there's plenty of places, but if you're going to have it delivered to your home, I think APMEX, APMEX, APMEX.com. I think it stands for I don't know what it stands for. American Precious. I don't know. Anyway, APMEX. American Precious Metals Exchange, maybe? Anyway, APMEX.com. I think they're great. And you can buy the silver there and have it shipped. You can store it with them. But if you're buying silver to store it, I don't know why I would shift this way, but I really like and trust Mike Mahoney at goldsilver.com. And I had purchased from him. I never stored with him, but I trust him. And I just think, anyway, for me, I would trust his storage. That's because I trust him. The other place I like is Silver Doctors. Trying to remember the website. It might be SD Bullion, sdbullion.com, Silver Doctors. I like them. I think they're great. And then I've never dealt with Miles Franklin, but I listen to now. I listen to Andy Schleckman, if I'm saying his name correctly, often, and I think he's good. So I would say Miles Franklin might be another place. Those are the ones I would use. Yeah, John likes platinum, and you know, Eric Sprott has a platinum. Well, I think it's blended, but you can buy a physical trust there. There's debate, and I always keep my ear open about it, whether or not platinum is as good as silver or gold to buy. And there's quite a few people that really like platinum and like its price, its rarity. But there's some that stick to silver and gold. It's just like with some guys, like if you listen to, I think it's Mark Faber, he would be much more into gold than silver. It's just all preference. I think John's right. I like all three of those. I bought the top like MMTLP. Yeah, I bought the top. I don't know if I bought the top of MMTLP. I paid $8 for MMTLP. I think it got as high as $12. And I bought MMTLP because I thought I like oil and gas, but I also thought it would be a squeeze. And FINRA, and this is, you guys buy the regulators and you install regulators too. And apparently FINRA was short the stock. So are they in it with you? Probably. But anyway, they stopped trading. So yeah, I bought MMTLP at 8 and it didn't work out. I think you're way too negative on GTI. I hope so. Middle ground, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, I should ask you, what do you think? But what do you think it's going to be worth? And we should be spending our time talking. I tried to do it, though. I tried to give you my entire rationale. We should be spending time on GTII instead of trying to make money elsewhere. I don't know. Give me a scenario where it's worth anything. Tell me a scenario where it's worth significant dollars per share. We'll find out. We'll find out. I admit that I didn't listen to the CEO, and I didn't listen to much of the Trento one either. I used to think the Trento deal could come in and add a lot of money per share. But that was 2 years ago. And I've met with those guys. I think people are trying every single way, but I think there's guys like Joker and the other guy. They won. They won. That's true, John. The silver gold ratio now is 90 to 1. It was 120 to 1, but it's 90 to 1. And I like what you're pointing out, John, because the way you're talking about it there, you're not talking about dollars. It's so easy. I do it. Oh my gosh, I don't want to pay $35 an ounce. But what you're paying is 1/90th the price of gold. So all you're hoping for, and man, who was the one I read or listened to? There's one service that's saying that silver will go to 60 to 1. Well, that's not huge. That's a third, it moves up 33-40%. I guess it's good, but it's not. I like a different target for silver. I think it's going to go to 16 to 1, 15 to 1. I actually think it's going to go uno, dos, uno. Definitely not turning my unrealized $20,000 loss around. 12,000 on CRTD. Yeah. Lou, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And I say it acknowledging that that's a lot of money. I wish my losses were those numbers. I will tell you that. I wish my losses were your losses. Unfortunately, they were more. Time will tell on GTII. At this point, I've written it off, still holding a large position. Well, AI-versity, Conic, I will admit, I don't know all the, you don't either. Nobody does. There's a lot of moving parts. That's why I think speculating on how it's going to shake out, it's really a waste of energy. And you guys get upset at me for being negative. And I wonder how the hell you can be so optimistic when the fact is I don't know. You may know better than I do. We really have to let the lead, and that's what I've said all along. I've said that for months now. You've got to let the legal process just go its own way. Unless you have a company you want to put before the receiver, the legal process is completely different than investment banking and trading. And until they get through the receiver, there's really nothing to talk about. But I guess they want our vote. And I guess that's part of it. We have to pay attention where we're going to vote for what deal. It looks like to me the AI-versity deal is the one that's going to be chosen. And we'll see what happens. But Conic, the question is, I'll just give you the questions. Will the judge, I'm not talking about the receiver, will the judge in receivership allow this to happen? Let's say that's the case. Okay. Then how many shares, or let's just say it differently. What percent of the cleansed GTII do we get to keep? You can come up with your own number. Just write it down on a pad. I don't know. I'm not going to guess. What percent do we get to keep? Then 3, will the company do a financing? And how much will the... Okay, so right now there's us. After receivership, there will be AI and us. So that becomes the new company. How much does AI have? How much do we have? You can fill in that blank. Then after the financing, how much does the financing get? And how much does us with AI get to keep? You can write that question down. And then that answer down. And then will they do a reverse split? And they will. All right, so you've written all that down. So basically, this is my contention. Okay. We'll assume that it gets through the receiver judge. I'm talking about the court. I think the receiver is on our side. So the court, we'll say yes, it'll get through that. So then it will combine shareholders and AI-versity. What do you think that split will be? I think it'll be that 85-15. I could be wrong. It's something you should answer for yourself. You don't have to take my answer. So then there's a financing. And I'm going to guess for me, I'm going to guess that the financing is going to be big enough. And by the way, we will probably get the option of being part of the financing, but I think the financing will be big enough necessarily. They'll take at least 50% of the company for the money. And we could be part of that money. I think we'll be given the chance. So the AI-versity and the shareholders will get 50%. So that means our 15% will now be 7.5% of the new company, unless we each of us add money. And then I do think there'll be a 1 for 50 reverse split, which will allow the clients of Seth and Kurt Smith and the clients of John Hurry to take 95% of their money out without paying taxes. That's how I see it happening. Then, so that in my scenario, I think we'll have 7.5% of NewCo. So then what you have to do is come up in your mind what NewCo is worth out of the gate. I'm going to guess, since it's a Bloomberg type terminal, it's going to be worth $1 billion. So we'll have 7.5%. We'll have 75 million out of the gate, which I think is ridiculous. But let's just assume that good thing happens. And then in your calculation, you have to go back to how many shares. There's 750 million shares authorized. Which isn't really the fair number to use. So that's 10 cents a share. I don't think that's fair. Use half of it. So 20 cents a share. 20 cents a share for GTII. In my scenario, I gave you the steps, you can do it yourself. If the company's worth $1 billion out of the gate, what do you think the odds are that the company will be worth $1 billion? It could be. They've got Bloomberg terminal, they've got revenue, they've got whales behind them, they've got a great team, they got a great idea. It could be worth $1 billion. If it is, I think we'll make 20 cents a share. And then it's going to grow. Yeah, I think most people support the Aversity deal, not Trental. My worst loss was 60,000 on AMC. Yeah, I didn't lose on AMC, but I did drive one. I kind of enjoyed it. Nothing to lose with Aversity. There are coin stores selling junk silver at melt spot with no premium. Free, well, there you go. I like that option, particularly with no premium. I'm sure you have to count it yourself and all that, but I like that option. Logic. I have no info. They announced last year, twice, Logic did, that they were going to sell themselves as a shell to approximately seven companies for approximately $1 billion. It said over 750 million. Well, with the amount of shares that were outstanding at that time, and with that assumption, but I said, and I still think that the risk was, I don't think the CEO did a good job. He would have had to negotiate with each of the CEOs of the seven companies and get all that done simultaneously, and he didn't. So I think that it was never feasible. But anyway, that worked out, just to cut to the chase, that worked out to about 50 cents a share. And I haircutted it, looked at the chart, and told you I thought that I saw a trade in Logic. The gap was at 16 cents. Maybe it could go to 20 cents. And if we got lucky, it could go higher. And if there were a squeeze, you could have a short-term miniature spike. But since then, time has gone by for Logic. So that's a nightmare in Logic's case. Why? Because Aubrey Advisors left Logic with no money. I think it's a very small team, and Logic doesn't have the money to pay their auditors for the filings to keep the shell current, or they didn't have it. So my assumption is, and let's look right now and see. I think Logic will have sold more shares. Let's see if I'll go to OTC markets. Yeah. They have now authorized 800 million. They have 696 million shares outstanding. So the CEO has issued, they now have double what they used to have. Double. So that means take my 50 cents down to 25 cents, but more importantly, take my 16 cents and my 20 cents, take that down to 8 and 10. That's the upside, 8 and 10. I don't think it's going to get to 8 or 10. I think the CEO did a deal with a group called MedLab. And I think MedLab, I could be wrong. MedLab is on LinkedIn, biotechnology company. And it says about us, biomedical cell and gene research and therapeutics. They have a website. They have 11 employees minimum. It was founded in 2022. They have 10 followers on LinkedIn. I think MedLab was set up by Aubrey Advisors and Chadron Financial and Polar to steal our investment. I think the CEO got fooled. Now, if you go to their website, it takes a while, but if you go to their website, it's just crap website. So it's not coming up. So I think that Logic and DLQ were set up for a robbery by Polar and another hedge fund as clients of Aubrey Advisors sponsoring the SPAC and Chadron Financial. And the shorts in Logic over the last 4 or 5 years either joined in or benefited from it. And I think it's highly unlikely that Logic will ever trade above 4, 5, 6 cents a share. That's my opinion in the short run. Now, there's a guy that apparently I haven't spoken to him who used to work at the Amex, and he's in it. He was the source of the idea, other than the CEO. And he's quite apparently, I haven't spoken to him directly, he's quite optimistic about the future of the company. I'm not saying here's their website. It's just crap. It's just crap. This is a setup. And here's our expertise. Anybody could do this. Promising cell-mediated delivery system. It's just fake pictures. And then about us, it's just crap, in my opinion. And then you find the CEO. I don't know if I can find him here. I can't find him here. Anyway, he's the CEO is as a managing partner. Okay, so here he is. His name is Daniel Vinocure, and he's the CEO. Now, he has more followers. He's been the CEO of MedLab Essentials for 9 months. MedLab has 10 followers. This guy has 196 connections. And he's been the managing partner at MedLab since 2022. And he was CEO of Discovery Science prior to that, out of New York City. His languages are, here are his languages: English, native or bilingual proficiency, German, elementary proficiency, Hebrew, native to bilingual proficiency, Russian, native to bilingual proficiency, Spanish elemental, Ukrainian, full professional proficiency. So this guy out of New York speaks English, German sort of, speaks English, Hebrew, Russian, and professionally can use Ukrainian. Now, do you think he works with the shorts, to be blunt? Does he work with Polar, $80 billion hedge fund? Does he work with Aubrey Advisors and Chadron? Does he work with, I don't know. The company was set up whilst Aubrey started sponsoring the SPAC and the D-SPAC. It's all a setup. I am not optimistic for Logic. I think the CEO, who I've met and I like very much and I think is honorable as hell, just always gets fooled just before he makes a signature on a deal. He just always gets fooled. Logic is my largest position, and I am not optimistic for Logic. I hope this guy from the American Stock Exchange is correct and I'm wrong. And I hope that this crappy company with a crappy website and with fake pictures, they didn't even spend money to come up with a logo. I think it's just the final coup de grace to the crime, which was initiated by Aubrey Advisors sponsoring the DLQ SPAC. It's my opinion. And I'm sorry, by the way, Bob, I'm sorry. I could be wrong. A friend of mine, by the way, out of New York, is buying the stock now, is buying Logic at a penny 6, because he thinks it could go to 5, which, by the way, that's not a bad trade if he's right. I think, by the way, I didn't say, but I think there'll be a reverse split of Logic so Polar can take their profit. I think Polar and another hedge fund stripped 100 to 200 million out of the market, and gosh darn it, they deserve that money. I like being in finger. Well, look, GBUX has no fundamentals. Have I ever said that they have any fundamentals? GBUX purely is trying to participate in a short squeeze. That's all GBUX is. Odds of it working, low. Odds of making a lot of money if it does work, high. But the criminals have it every which way but loose. And that's just a fact, Jack. the odds are the criminals are going to win at the end of the day in GBUX. But I think there's a short squeeze going on in GBUX right now. And I think the pressure started about a week ago. So they're not out of the woods. And it went up to 10 like a rocket from $1. And I think a pullback of 25% is normal. Not only is a pullback normal, it's necessary if the stock is going to go to 20 or 30. And I'm not saying it will. I think GBUX is a complete crapshoot trying to participate in a short squeeze. I believe there is a short squeeze going on in GBUX right now. Can they come up with a way of kneecapping it? Sure. I can't think of how, but it doesn't mean I didn't think they could get Jessica Hopper to stop trading in MMTLP. I didn't think they could get Jeremy Frommer to come out and say that he did a full examination and there's no way there's any shorting in Jeremy Frommer's own stock. They can do anything. All right, Frank. I can't quite figure that out, but I think I know what you're saying. Finger is greater than GBUX. Look, middle ground. Let me go through this again. GBUX is a lottery ticket. It is a complete crapshoot that I only got interested in for myself, 200 shares a week ago. Why? Because I think that criminals got caught. And what do I like about it? One, it's a surprise to the criminals. Two, they are losing a lot of money. $10 million or more they're losing. All of a sudden. I like that. The stock just kept going up. Every time it pulled back, it kept going up. Pulled back, kept going up. Pulled back, kept going up. And now it's pulled back for 2 days. Will it keep going up? We'll find out. But if it does, that's strength to the story. We have Tom Ronk's numbers at almost 2 million short. I like that. And then finally, the company has raised money or has an LOI, has the intent to get financing of $100 million so they don't have to go to Jeff Lind. What don't I like? What don't I like about GBUX? As far as I can tell, it's a shell, and it's got a crappy press release here or there. So I don't like that. Two, it was $1, less than $1 a month ago, and now it's $10. That's all risk. I don't like that. Three, the money they're raising is LOI. It's not definitive. So let's see how that goes. Four, I just found out they had a $100,000 convertible note. No wonder there was short selling. But on the positive with that, they did buy it back. And so there's goods and bads. I think it's a good gamble that there's a short squeeze going on in GBUX. Am I willing to bet your house on it? No. Am I willing to bet? I bet $800. No. What did I bet? I bet $1,600, $1,700 on it. That's what I bet. I'm not willing to bet more. I don't have it right now, but I don't even think I would buy more now. I don't know. I might buy another 100 share, another 87 shares or whatever it is. But I don't have the money, so I'm not going to. But I'm not, we're talking, even if I bought that, we're talking less than $2,500. So you can say Finger is greater than GBUX, but I think if GBUX works, it works right now, this coming week or the following week, right there. If it doesn't, I lose interest unless somebody convinces me why it's worth waiting. But that's right now. And then I would take that money. Well, actually, if it happens, I'll take the money and go into Railtown, RLAIF, Railtown AI at 32 cents. That's what I would do. But anyway, I've been adding Finger for the past 3 months. I like that. All right, let's talk about XRP. XRP is the greatest thing. Do you know XRP? You got to buy XRP. XRP is a payment system. It's going to replace SWIFT. It's going to replace everything. XRP is the future. It's blockchain. It's going to everything's going to be sold and bought in XRP. XRP is the best thing. XRP is great. XRP is going up. Okay. Didn't GBUX just receive 100 million? No, it's going to though, Bob. And when you read the press release, it's leaves room because it's written by a lawyer, so it leaves room for interpretation. I've been told that the deal is firm. Now, is my information good? I think so, but I don't know for sure. I'd rather see it in a press release. But you're right. It brings in 100 million, and they're not putting it in a money market. They must have a scheme for it. Ham said that he said it on the call. He's hearing there's another 100 million coming. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but something's up, Bob. Something's up. I have 60,000 dividend shares at Fidelity. I guess they're worthless now. I don't believe you do. That would mean you owned 600,000 shares of GTII. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think they're worthless. Am I breaking? Is it a breaking news story? The stock trades. Let's look up GTII. God. I don't understand your incredulity. On the over-the-counter markets, GTII, of course, it takes forever. Okay, GTII, delinquent SEC reporting, company verified portfolio, yes. Profile, transfer agent verified, yes. Shell risk, yeah. No bid, no ask, no price. Today it looks like 1,000 shares traded today at 0.099. Wow. That's pretty, when you compare that to the previous trade, it traded at 0.03. So let me interpret that for you. Somebody bought the stock at 10 cents and the bid is probably 3 cents. That's the spread. Probably. It's pretty shitty. I wouldn't buy that. But maybe to you, let's take that low, 3 cents. That's worth something. Let's look on Yahoo. Last trade. All right, silver miner, last trade 0.099. So if you think that's a valid price, somebody was willing to pay that much. 0.099 times 60,000. It means your shares are worth 59 grand. Somebody just paid 0.099, so your shares must be worth that much. I wouldn't trust it, but it certainly means they're not worthless right at the moment. It certainly means that they're not worthless. $100K is nothing. Yeah, get your gold and silver in your hands and don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. I buy at Monument Metals out of Maryland. Thanks. I'm near there. I've never heard of them, but I'll look them up. I'll look that up. Monument Metals. Out of Maryland. That sounds good to me. Hey, Ellie Belly. Physical silver every month and gold and XRP. I like your strategy. I like all three of them. And American tungsten. I think that's great, Ellie. I think silver's good, gold's good, XRP is good. I don't know much about American tungsten. I'll look it up. I'm sure it's good, though, if you're buying it. There you go, Bob. See, you're pretty smart. 90 to 1. So silver 90, gold 1. Yet it comes out of the ground at 7 to 1. It used to come out of the ground at 15.5 to 1 in Roman days. And I've been there in southern Spain, in where the mining company that begins with R, Red River. Darn it. It's a big mining company. All I can think of is Trento, and it's not Trento. It's anyway. It started in Spain, and it's named after the red of the rock or the red of the water. And anyway, I've been there, and I spent time there, quite a bit of time. And back then, the gold silver ratio that came out was, like I say, like 16 to 1, 15.5 to 1. And then under, I think at the time of, what was Law's first name? Anyway, Law, who fooled the British and then went over and fooled the King of France. Around that time and afterwards, the exchequer of England fixed the pound sterling at 15.5 ounces of silver to 1 ounce of gold, 15.5. And that ruled the waves, so to speak, for, I don't know, 100, 200 years. And I like your number 7 to 1 better, because I think that's right. I do remember you saying maybe even 30. Well, it could still Bob, I'm very negative on logic now, but I have to admit, Bob, that I sometimes think it could be worth 20, 25, 30 cents. But I think I'm just lying to myself. I just think I'm being optimistic. I don't trust this company. I don't trust this CEO. I don't trust the reverse split that'll obviously come. I just don't trust it. But there are times when I sit down with a pad of paper and look at my portfolio, such as it is, and I figure Logic could be worth 30 cents instead of 60 cents, which is the high I thought before. But I just think I'm fooling myself. I don't think I'm being honest with myself. I think Logic is toast because I think the CEO, he just can't help himself. He just can't help himself. It's tough. It's not his fault. We all were destroyed by criminal activity. And if I had to point my finger somewhere, it's Aubrey Advisors and Chadron Financial and the law firm. But they don't care. This is a small trade. I know it's terrible. John, still waiting for me to accept your LinkedIn invitation. I didn't even know I was on LinkedIn. I do now that you're saying it. I think I did sign up for it a long time ago. I'll try, John. Okay. I didn't see it. I will try to become more active on LinkedIn. Well, I'm not going to read that out. Very soon I'm going to eat, drink, and go to the bathroom. I'm going to take a break right now. I'm still alive. Yeah, still alive. All right. I'm going to leave it now because there's nothing left. I tried to answer. All right. I'll look for that. I'm going to, by the way, that reminds me, Steve, I'm going to go through my email probably tomorrow, not today. I'm too tired. And I think I've got about 6 people that want to invest in the gold company. I think. And I haven't presented that to the company yet because it just wouldn't. It wouldn't go very far right now. But I think we're getting very close to where I can present it, and I'll see. So anyway, I personally, if you've sent me that email to get in, I think that's good news if they say yes, because I think it's it's risk like anything else, but it has such enormous upside, and I think most of the risk has been taken out. I would, once the money comes in, I think, in my opinion, all the risk has come out, but you can't say that definitively in money. Logic boils down to, instead of reversing 7 companies into Logic, they reversed 1. It's not they had announced 2, and this one, it's called MedLab, supposedly it's worth $100 million. but they doubled the amount of shares outstanding. So my original target, just round numbers, 50 cents. But I had said as a trade, that 16 cent to 20 cent range is where I would get out. Now, just by definition, they doubled the amount of shares. So that 50 cents becomes 25 cents. The 16 cents becomes 8 cents. So my target is 8 cents, maybe 10 cents, 10 cents. But on top of that, they're not putting in 7 companies. They're only putting in 1 company so far. Now, I have heard that there's more to come. I don't believe it. I think this company is set up to, once they have control, slice, murder the beast. But anyway, if I'm wrong, maybe there'll be others. But right now it's only 1 company. So instead of 750 million, it's 100 million. So that's 1/8 of the thing I calculated. So if I take 25 cents and divide it by 8, it's 3 cents. My target now on Logic at best is 3 cents. That's how I feel about it. And they'll keep selling. They'll keep destroying it. And I can't tell you how disappointed I am. I thought the CEO had learned his lessons, but he's just human. He's got a family. He's got other projects. And I don't know, even the most intelligent, hardworking, honest guy, which I think he's all 3, is going to be fooled by liars. And this is a con game that is on a massive scale. And I will repeat, I believe Polar, their hedge fund, Aubrey Advisors, Shadron, the law firm, all in on it. I'm sorry to hear that number, but Jack, if it matters, my number's bigger than that. And I know that doesn't matter because we each have to deal with our own life, but my number is bigger than that. My ZJYL, I don't own it anymore. And right now I cannot remember if I had a gain or a loss. But my ZJYL money is now in Railtown, RLAIF. It went to Nixie, which then went to Railtown. So it's still alive. Finger, I got blown out by traveling to the SEC. Where are you? Why are you alive? Why aren't you there? They're waiting for you. Why get there? Why blah, 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 blah. So I went there and spent the day and did the interview. Anyway, got wiped out in Finger. Logic, I'm still in. Am I down in Logic? I suppose I am. The trick is, how do you count collective audience? And I would have to say I'm down in. I would have to say I'm down in that whole thing. Collective audience has been destroyed by Aubrey Advisors. They didn't listen. Anyway, the whole thing. I like what Peter Boards is doing. I think Peter Boards is fighting back. I think he's got his, his spine up and he's dug in his heels, but I think he's still got one person on Aubrey Advisors on his board. That's the Quisling, there to protect Polar, in my judgment. But I think collective audience, once they file whatever the hell it is they have to file, they will come off the expert market. And I have a feeling, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling collective audience will go from the reported 7 cents a share to maybe 30, 40, 50 cents a share as soon as it starts trading. I could be wrong. But I predicted it and I got dismissed by everybody talking and sharing emails that I was somehow I guess toxic or a belligerent. But anyway, doesn't matter. I didn't want to be right, but I was right. I think I said it's going to go to a penny when I was angry. I said, that's going to a penny. Anyway, I was pissed off. And it did. But I think collective audience is a bright spot because I do think the CEO is calling in all of his contacts. I think he knows what he's doing. I think he's in a space that's big. And I think he actually gave me some credence, my point of view, some credence. So I think he's operating to get collective audience up to $1 or $2, maybe this year. I could be dreaming. I could be dreaming. So my logic position, Jack, could end up being a push. It could be a push. I bought a lot more inexpensively. Now, having given you my negatives on logic, I've heard from different people I talked to that logic could end up as a decent return, that this deal is a good deal. They intend to grow the company and all that. I just don't believe it. When I look at the LinkedIn, they have 10 followers. When I see when the company was founded, simultaneously with Aubrey Advisors' sting operation, I don't believe it. I just, my gut tells me that this company is the final sword in the gut from the shorts, from the criminals. And unfortunately for the team, for the CEO, I think he flushed 15 years of his life down the drain. I still like him and still trust him and still respect him. And in his defense, what the hell are you supposed to do? There's no regulation. There's nobody that's hauled into jail. There's no congressional oversight. The broker-dealers don't care. Nobody cares. This is the perfect crime. It really is. George Washington. You guys are exit liquidity. Ham isn't here for it to go to 100. He tend to X his money and out already. He gives you information on the stock, but he already sold his bag. I don't think that's true in the case of GBUX, but Alex, you seem to know Ham, so you might know something I don't know. But I don't think that's the case in GBUX. I really don't. But I would say that in many cases, if Ham made 10x, he would get out. If he made 5x, he would get out of portion of it. And he tells people to do that. And he's not telling people to hold on. We are exit liquidity. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Ham's not telling people to buy now, although I did ask today if Ham would buy GBUX now, and he said yes, he would. I don't think that's exit liquidity. I think you guys are trapped because you sold 2 million shares that you don't own down at $2. And I don't see how that's exit liquidity. Now, I have a pretty good idea of how many shares Ham bought. And even if he sold everything that he has it at today at these daily volumes, it wouldn't change anything. It doesn't change the story. So I actually take your comments more as a sign that there is a trap short and that you're being paid, or you're one of the ones who has sold stock you don't own through a market maker who isn't really a market maker, and you're trying to pull a fast one, so you're trying to cover down, and you might try to make, you're the one who's seeking an exit so you can make 2,500, 5 grand, 10 grand for free, because you guys know you're never going to jail, you're never going to be called in, and that's what I think. Yeah, we're all hurting. Ham will not tell you he sold. When he made money on Finger and GTII, he always said, take your profit. He didn't say anything until he spoke about a new stock a few weeks earlier. Well, Alex, I don't know. You'd have to ask Ham. I guess if you know him, you have better information. But I'm pretty sure, I don't know about GTII. I really don't. I have no information. But I'm pretty sure Ham still owns. I don't know if he owns the majority. I don't know what his position in Finger ever was. But yeah, I've never seen his statements. But the information I have, he still owns a shitload of Finger, at least by my measure. But I could be wrong. I don't want you to rely on my information about that because I haven't confirmed it and I don't know it for sure. But it is my impression. He hasn't. That large block he has not sold. Maybe he had some at some point he sold. I don't know. He said he's been following GTII for years. Sold the bag real quick. I don't know. Do you know him? I don't know if that's true. I really don't know. I don't know. And then came Finger. So you're saying he owned GTII first and then came Finger? That's actually wrong. He owned Finger long before he owned GTII. So I'm starting to believe you don't know what you're talking about. Ham does not like Logic, and Ham traded Logic years ago. It was called something else. It was called Wayland or something, and Ham got crosswise with the CEO of Logic, Brent Sun, and Ham never, ever recommended Logic. So I don't think you know what you're talking about. Then ZJYL. I'm not something. Is that the right symbol? Yeah, I don't think Ham owns ZJYL. I'm not sure he ever did. I bought like 8 shares, and then I got it up to 16 shares. I think I got it to a total of 16. And as I'm talking to you, maybe I got my shares up to 32. I don't know. It was a small number. But then ZJYL did a 200 for 1 forward split, a 1 for 200 forward split. So I ended up with more shares, but I don't think it ever really went up. And Ham did talk about how that could cause real margin problems. But I've already admitted to you, I think I'm not even sure I broke even. I think I lost money on ZJYL, and I think I went to Nixie. I'm not thrilled with ZJYL or GDC. I think those plays were in motion last year, but for some reason stopped. Will they still go? I don't think it's over with. They're very simple stories, Alex. In both cases, ZJYL and GDC, a handful of guys own more than the float, and there's very large short positions in them. They're piece of shit companies. There's no reason to own the stocks, GDC or ZJYL, other than trying to take part in a short squeeze. My own opinion is the longer a squeeze doesn't happen, the more the system of criminals have it under control. That's my attitude to GME. That's my attitude to AMC. And I have to tell you, that's how I feel right now about ZJYL and GME. On the other, GDC. On the other hand, I don't think those plays have changed. I think there's still that concentration of ownership where a handful of guys own more than the float in each case. And the shorts, I think in one case, they own more than the short position. And I think there's a large short position in each case. So could they run? Sure, they could run. But I don't really talk about them that much anymore. Until I hear something, I assume they're dead for the time period. People have been feeling let down and they're taking it out on you. If they wanted to get rich, they should have gone to less risky plays. Yeah, I look at it for myself. I would have been better off. Eat some seaweed. There's 2 ways I would have been better off. And I have to be honest with myself. If I had purchased Finger Motion and sold when it went up, and then bought GTI, sold when it went up. If I bought CRTD, sold when it went up, without getting, let's call it optimistic, I would have made money. I would have probably doubled my money at least, or tripled my money, and then doubled it again or tripled it again, and then maybe doubled it or tripled it again. And that'd been nice. And I could have done that. That's one thing I could have done differently. The other thing I could have done differently is just buy NVIDIA, or buy, that would probably be the one, or buy, I don't know if I would have bought Amazon. I wouldn't have bought Facebook. Maybe Amazon, maybe Apple. Anyway, I could have bought where obviously the market was in those 7 stocks. I should have done that, but I didn't. So this concept of one stock just making this huge return, I think that handicapped me. Now, I didn't start with enough to build a big portfolio in those 7 stocks. On the other hand, as I look back over 3-4 years, I could have made some money in those 7 stocks. The Mag 7, the tech stocks. But eat some. I'm now, I don't know how to say it more clearly or more plainly. I think we've run out of time. I have, to play these stocks. It's been nice. I've learned a lot. I've lost faith in them. But I can't express it more clearly or forcefully. Now is the time to buy. Platinum is fine if you want to buy platinum. Gold is fine if you want to buy gold. But if you have to pick one, in my opinion, buy silver. Just do it. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Ignore your losses anywhere else. Don't try catching up in GTI or any of it. Just buy some silver. That's 100 ounces could change your life. We've run out of time on these squeezes, and I don't see these squeezes working. I don't want to contradict myself, because when I was first told the GBUX story 6 or 7 weeks ago, I told it again, told it again. Well, I think it was last week. I can't remember. Was it this week? I now have 200 shares of it, GBUX, because I do think it seems like we're in a squeeze. But I'm not. I'm not pump and dumping it. I'm not emphasizing it. I just think it's happening right now. What am I going to do? And I said it to you guys. If GBUX goes up, I thought it might have happened this week. It didn't. Maybe it'll happen next week. If it doesn't happen next week, I don't know what I'll do. I don't know what I do. I reserve the right just to get out flat or at a loss. But if GBUX goes up, I'm going to sell it, and I'm going to buy Railtown, RLAIF. Now, what's Railtown? I don't have time to go over Railtown's story again. I've done it many times. But I think Railtown, they've made the news announcements. I understand in Canada you have to wait 4 weeks to get approval, as opposed to here. It's like, I forget how long it takes here, if any. So we're already a week or 2 into that period. I think there could be further information on Railtown, maybe soon, but certainly I would guess within 3 weeks. I think Railtown's $1 stock or a $2 stock. And if it really gets going, it could go much higher. Once Railtown works, if it does, I'll probably, depending on what the news is on Railtown, I may wait. But it depends on when Railtown works, if it works. I will more likely buy silver, like PSLV, because it's in my IRA. And I may buy Finger, depending on what the price is of Finger. That's where I am right now. If GBUX went next week, I also might buy some Nixie just to be in it if it runs. But anyway, I really think it's time to get into silver. I really do. Let me give you the numbers on silver. You can buy it for $35. I think it's going to go to 350. That's 10x, and you don't have to worry about a CEO. He said once Trump gets in office, the sticks will rip. Well, Alex, that's obviously his opinion. Was he making a promise to you? If you listen to me, I didn't believe that Trump going into office would do anything right away. But in fairness to him, the sticks might still rip if his whole team goes into place. It's not fully into place. And you don't know what they're going to do. There's talk, not just from him, by the way, from other places around, that this DJT thing is causing awareness in the Trump team about the criminality on the street. But if you're using that as some sign that you're so intelligent, or that Ham was misleading you, that once Trump got elected, the sticks would rip, I think you're just showing how naive you are. Trump said that he would end the war in Ukraine in one day. People in Michigan, Arab voters in Michigan, voted for Trump because they thought Trump would be fair to the Palestinians. I don't know. What do you expect? You actually think Ham can predict what Donald Trump is going to do? I think the sticks could still rip. When you think of Railtown, do you feel like $20 this year? Canadian or US? This year? I don't think Railtown will squeeze to 20. I don't see that. It could, but I don't see that. There is a short position in Railtown, but that's not why it might go that high. What they've announced is this acquisition of this consortium of 160 companies, which to me implies that they are going, and I think it says it in the press release. They use the term roll-up strategy. So I think they're going to be in a position to bring in the best of the best, the cream of the crop, and add revenues. How long will that take? I think they could get that done within a year. And then let's just assume they roll up $1 billion worth of revenue. Am I being extreme? I have no idea. I don't think I am. But if you multiply that by 19, which is the metric I heard is being used right now in AI, I don't know if you can count on that forever. So 19 billion. 19 billion. Where I got that is if they roll up enough of these 160 companies, which is in their press release, to get $1 billion in revenue, and the metric holds that acquirers pay 19 times revenue, in the AI space. I mean, are those good assumptions? I don't know, but that's all I have to go on right now. That'd be 19 billion in market cap. And how many shares would they have to issue to roll all this up? They have 150 million shares. I don't know. Let's say they triple the number of shares. So they will divide that by 450 million shares by the time they roll everything up. That's $42 a share. Yeah, I would say Railtown might go to $20 this year. But we have to watch the news. We have to watch the price action. And I'm not telling you to be diamond hands. One strategy is you could sell some as it goes to $2, $3, $4, $5. You could sell some more as it goes to, I don't know, $10 and hold the rest. I think I'm going to watch it based on press releases and news. Now, the only caveat I'd give to that is if for some reason, let's say Railtown announces over the next 3 weeks, whenever that deadline is in Canada to finally approve what they already announced, if when that's announced, the stock were to run and the short squeeze kicked in, I'm making it up, but let's say it goes to $3. But then all of a sudden it runs to $13 or $16. I would probably sell a little bit then. Why? Learning the lesson from finger motion or from GTI. Just sell some. When it pulls back down, buy it back. I'd probably do that. If that happened. I'm not saying there's a short squeeze in Railtown. I'm not saying that. I think Railtown is a revaluation story, the old S curve, because it's moved from R&D to commercial revenues. And, oh, by the way, they just announced they're rolling up revenue as well. I think it's pretty exciting. Ham will not leave money on the table, rule number 1. Really? I don't know. You must know him better than I do, because I think he's left a lot of money on the table. But I do think, and I've said to you, if you've listened, I don't think you've been here, but I do think Ham is a professional trader. And I do believe that if a stock goes up, he's going to take the money. He's going to trade it. And I think he's done that several times with MLSS, with some other stock just now, and with GME. When it went to $80, he sold his at 65. So yeah, I think Ham knows how to trade. I think he's professional, and that's how I think we can learn from him. But I don't think it's true that he's never left money on the table. And he doesn't do it intentionally, but I don't know. Anyway, you seem to know more about Ham than I do. I'm tired. See you. Bye, Jack. I'm about to sign off too. Your body language says it all, my friend. What part of my body are you seeing? You're seeing my head. I've been on now for it's how long have I been on? It's almost 8 o'clock. I think I came on 12 or 1 or something. I've been on a long time. I haven't peed. I haven't eaten. I haven't slept. I haven't taken a break. My dog's not here. I guess you know how to read my body language. It's funny when bashers come on, you know they are freaking out with Doge. Yes, I think that's probably right. Cash Patel, Doge, and SEC. I don't believe it all though. I think these guys, these are a group of men who trust each other. They don't rat on each other. They may not be intimately friends with each other, but they're not going to tell Doge how the other guy does it unless they have to go to jail. And I'm not optimistic on all that. I think GBUX has them trapped. Could I be wrong? Sure, I could be wrong. But it seems like it's a tiny little stock. And they're here trying to convince you it's going to go down and it's topped out. I think it could go up. I have 200 shares of GBUX. If it went to 20, if it went to 50, what's it going to do? This is not high finance. This is trying to get my toe in to see how it happens if it runs. But anyway, Railtown's different though. Railtown. All right, John, thank you. Sit up straight. I'm slouching. That's just my back is hurting. There, I'm sitting up straight. My back hurts, my neck hurts. I've been on since Jesus Christi. All right, Darren. Thank you for everything done. Take a break. I'm going to go, Mark. I'm going to go. I love Sharif. I wish I could say hi to him. He grew up. Oh, no, that's not Sharif. That's, I don't know his name. It's a beautiful dog. That is a beautiful dog. I would, if he let me, I'd try to hug him. Brutus. Is it in his stars? For Brutus was an honorable man. So were they all honorable men. All right, it's 7:45. I'm going to take the opportunity to leave you guys in the lurch. And I'll say good night. I hope everyone has a good weekend. Shelter rescue, Brutus. I love Brutus. Look how happy he is. He's a happy dog. I would hug him, but he probably wouldn't let me. But I would rub his ears or do something. Give him a treat. Brutus. All right. I'm going to say good night, everybody. Thanks for signing in, and I'll work on my body language. I am worn out by all this. It's just unrelenting. And I can't. Oh, he's super friendly to everybody. Even me. All right. Okay. So peace, love, and happiness. We'll catch you on the flip side.